Make sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon if you want to be notified of any future shows. Feel free to leave comments down below, and please smash that thumbs up. It helps the show out. Good evening, folks. So, how's everybody doing with this quarantine situation? Tell you what, this pandemic has really decimated any Uber and Lyft business. I haven't even worked in a week. Last time I worked, I didn't even make enough to cover my gas to go down and back. I made like $5. I was down there for 7 hours. So since I was going to be home tonight anyway, I said, hey, let me do an all-night town hall. I was going to start out, I wanted to do a little video, analyze some video that I stabilized, talk about that, talk about a couple of different things, you know, having to do with camera traps. And how you doing, Marla? Rupture duck, you're back again. Good to see you. So here in a minute, I'm going to go through the video. Let me see, where's my program here? That I stabilized and discuss that. And then and after that, then basically I'm going to make it an all-nighter. I figured it's quarantine. Everybody's probably sitting at home going nuts. I know I am. So why not just have an all-night Bigfoot town hall meeting kind of thing? Let's see here. Yeah, here's a let me put you all on here. This one. Make sure to subscribe. Where is video? Oh, I see. There we are. Okay. So, all right, this is that, you'll probably recognize this. Let me zoom it out here. This is that footage of that, I guess, skunk ape in, I think it's the Florida Everglades. Looks like it could be Mississippi or Louisiana to me. I don't see much in the way of palm trees, you know, Washington palms and that. You know, you see it back there. It's drinking water, and then it gets in the water and walks off. So I stabilized it so we could get a better look at it. Unfortunately, this dude has a camera at the perfect angle, so just as the thing gets in the water, a glare comes across the lens, which makes it even harder to pull any detail out. Watch here in a minute, it's repeating. Right just before it steps in the water, you'll see that glare hit the camera from the sun. Right there. That's glare from the sun hitting the lens of the camera or his cell phone, whatever he's using there. And you see it kind of obliterates or makes it more difficult to pull any detail out. So what I did, let's see, right here, we'll zoom in. Okay, now you watch, and the thing appears to be sitting with its back to the camera. And it's using its right hand as a dipper to get water. It's either getting water or, because it doesn't look like it's going deep, so I don't think it's after fish or anything. It's either getting water or it's skimming like the moss or whatever it is off the top of the water. See him there? It looks like he's drinking it, though. He'll dip it up, and then it'll take him a minute to put his hand back down, like he's drinking the water out of his hand. But it's definitely got his back to the camera. So now watch here in a minute. There. See, he picks his head up. It's, I think at this point, I'm just guessing, obviously, but it seems like at this point, I think he realized that somebody was there. And he like sat up to listen for a second. And then now, right here, you see, he puts his right hand down to shift his position, like he shifted over to the right. And then right there, he puts his right leg in the water, or maybe both legs. I can only see the right leg. Right leg in the water, and then walks off. Now, at first, when I first saw this, I was like, I don't know about that. It looks very compelling. However, why does the thing like get in the water and walk around that cluster of trees and go back the other way? It's almost like he was intentionally walking for the camera instead of going around the other side of the trees. But then when I realized he was facing away from the camera, I realized that cluster of trees could be, 10 feet in front of him. I mean, this is a two-dimensional image. And it's flat. We can't tell how far that cluster of trees is away. So, but when I started looking at how he was getting in the water, watch when he gets in the water here. Okay, he gets right there. He's getting in the water, stands up, and just walks. And I'm not so sure he's not like walking back towards the cameraman. He's actually walking kind of at an angle from where he was sitting. So I think those trees are actually farther away than what I thought they were originally. So he's basically just cutting across and going around that tree, which is probably a path of least resistance, a game trail or whatever. But you can tell that water is about knee deep. Now, if a dude is wearing a costume in this water, first of all, I think the costume would immediately get so soaked that it would start to like pull and fall off of him. Because imagine that big furry costume getting soaked with water. It would weigh a ton, and it would get to the point where like it would bag and start bulging and stuff, and it would become unmanageable to walk in, because as soon as you pick it up, it's full of water. So when you pick it up, you get a whole bunch of water inside the suit now that would start to drain out. You follow what I'm saying? And I don't see any of that happening. It looks like a natural creature with fur and wet fur. Obviously it's not going to get as wet as a costume, which is like wearing a big sack that would fill full of water, and it would take it at least a couple of seconds for that water to drain out once he lifted his leg out of the water to take a step. So for me, this to me, it looks very obviously we could find out there's so much crap in the way, and it's so hard to get detail out. I mean, somebody eventually could say, oh yeah, that was me in a suit, whatever, but for me, I just don't see. This is mostly because of the what it would take to do it, what it would take as far as the person in the suit, the suit itself. Somebody would pay, and then obviously there are people out there that have money to burn and would probably not care about paying 10 grand for a good suit. even though they were going to ruin it. They probably wouldn't care. I mean, there are people out there like that. But for this dude, he starts out. Let me go back to the first frame. I'll get to y'all. I can't see your comments right now. I'm going to go and look at the comments here in a second. But right now, okay, let me change. I got it on high contrast. Let me lighten this up a little bit. A little more, maybe. This is kind of sucky, but all right. Now you see the thing. It's sitting there. Watch. Okay, if you can see my mouse, I think you can. Hopefully it's in the right spot. His right foot is right here. Okay, so this thing is squatted down on his haunches or sitting on a rock or something with both of his feet tucked up like a gargoyle, really. And he's got his right hand, he's dipping it in the water. First, you know, one other thing is, it looks to me, I don't know if a person could dip water the way he is in that position. You know, usually, think about it, if you've ever had to get a drink out of a stream or something like that, right? You usually have to get down close to the ground, you know, and you can barely catch the water, right? Because without falling over, because our arms just aren't long enough. But this thing here looks like its arms are a little bit longer than a person, and it's just kind of reaching down and just scooping water, and it's going down in the water like up to here, scooping water and bringing it up to drink. And it's bringing it up in a cupped, it looks to me, in a cupped orientation. And from what I've heard from people who have seen their hands are like this portion of their hands. The palm area, I guess, is a little bit longer. Matter of fact, the seal that I interviewed, he mentioned that too, that their hands are a little bit longer than ours, and they're kind of cup shaped, which would be perfect. And that's what, when I'm looking at this, it looks like that's what it's doing, because its hand is shaped that way. It's literally using its hand like a dipper to get water. So as far as if this is a human being in a suit, this environment would I mean, I would be a little nervous being out there in this environment, in this suit. First of all, you can get some swamp dude out there shoot you. All right, that's one. But that's probably the least of your worries, honestly. I would be more worried about water moccasins. Water moccasins are all over the place, I'm sure. And they're very aggressive. They're territorial. And if a water moccasin was within sight of this guy, it would come after him. So I would be very concerned about having a water moccasin come after me, you know, and bite me, right? And he's not like looking around to make sure there's no water moccasin. Or panthers, cougars, I should say. I almost said jaguar. Cougars, water moccasins. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff out there that'll get you. Alligators. And I'm not seeing this guy concerned. And the guy who's filming this, obviously, with all that clutter in the way, is not going to be able to warn him if an alligator's coming at him. So this is a person who is not concerned in the least about any of the dangers that exist in a swamp. He's just doing his thing. All right. And then when he gets in the water, he just gets in the water and walks away. And he goes around that big cluster of trees. There could be an alligator right on the other side of those trees. And things could be anywhere. And he just walks around and keeps going. You know, I mean, I'm sure there are crazy swamp people that would do stuff like that. But when you put all of these factors together, like the suit would not hold up well in that water. It would become harder to move as soon as it got wet. It would become very difficult for him to move, very difficult for him to pull his legs up out of the water to take a step. Because this water appears to be just slightly less than knee deep on whoever this individual is. That would be a lot of water, you know. All of that stuff put together, I just can't imagine this as a human in a suit. I could be proven wrong. Maybe it's just some very, very determined people and crazy people. I don't know. But that's the way I see about it. Okay, I'm gonna, before I go over to the next video, I'm gonna go check the comments out. See who's here. Hey, Matt. Yeah, cottonmouths, they'll mess you up, man. And they're very territorial. Hi, Ramona. I must be conflicting with somebody else like Jeff. What's his name? Reverend Jeff. I forget his name. Guy who does the breakdown. Not parent. What is it? Paranormal Corner. Whatever he does. There ain't many people in here. I'm seeing it looks like only 9 viewers. That is not gonna. I'm staying on because I got nothing else to do. You know, so. If it was just me, just like I did, 2 years ago, the first time I did a town hall, it was just me. So many nights. So how's everybody doing tonight? Good to see you in here, Matt. I went to 10, then back to 9. I don't know why that would be, but. What in the world? Hey, can you people hear me? Say yes if you can hear me, because according to my display, I'm still talking about the video. And that just can't be, that's not right, obviously. That's a hell of a lot of delay. Is my video and audio, everything okay? Am I up to speed here? Somebody, Matt? Oh, cool. Hey, how you doing, just in time? Yeah, my preview in here is way about. It still shows me breaking down the video. It's like 2 minutes behind, 3 minutes behind. That's crazy. I've never seen it do that before. As long as I'm good with you guys, I don't care what my preview looks like. But it's the first time I've ever seen it do that. All right, let me go over my next video. Anybody got any? How's everybody doing? Anybody have caught the big C? Y'all healthy? Yeah, you realize that the United States is now we have more infected, the most infected in the entire world in the United States now. I think we might have more deaths than China now, but I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up, and I don't want to open that browser up. So everybody's healthy. All right, let me go on and go on to my next video here. Yeah, the U.S. has more than any other country in the world right now. Italy is number 2. And Italy has had like 7,000 deaths. Crazy. All right, let's see here. Oh, yeah. I guess that is what I was going to do. I put some video together that shows sometimes you hear people say, why, with all of the hunters out there that have hold on a second, people. All right. So anyway, a lot of people say, you know, there's so many. I'm reading your comments here. Anyway, so many hunters out there have camera traps. Why haven't we caught a Bigfoot on one of those? Because there's like thousands of camera traps out there. Blah blah blah. And they basically they blow off the whole idea that, well, it's because you know, Bigfoot knows they're there and they avoid them, right? My dog is looking, is a spider is climbing on the wall. My dog is very interested. I don't know why she loves creepy crawlies. Oh, it's not a spider. It's a, what is that? Is it a fly? Well, you make sure you get it, girl. Anyway, so I put together I found a video that really demonstrates why that is. So here is some imagery, some footage from a guy's camera, from a camera trap. I do have it set up right, don't I? Okay, yeah. Here is the footage from this guy. He likes to take, I guess, outdoor photos or wildlife photography with camera traps, which, I mean, I guess they're decent quality, but you're not going to get anything that's worth anything, really. It's just a hobby for him, I guess. But anyway, here we go. Now, have a look. All right, this is the camera trap, and he's got it out in the middle of a swamp in Florida. I think he said it was the Everglades. But based on the trees and stuff, it looks like it's more northern Florida to me. Like up around Ocala somewhere or something. But that's the camera trap that these pictures that you're about to see were taken with. Okay? As you can see, it's camouflaged. And then, I mean, the color of the trees and stuff, I mean, it kind of, you know, blends in, right? Okay. So then here we go. Let me see. Can I do this in full screen somehow? See if I can make this a little bigger. My nerves with my hands will cooperate. It's a little bigger anyway. Okay, now you see here, look at the deer. That deer is looking directly at the camera, right? Now, if you look at just this picture, someone could say, he might not be. He might be looking at something that's, you know, just in that general direction. Okay, but watch this. Now, it's definitely looking at the camera, and see it shaking its tail nervously. There's Mama Deer. She's checking out the camera. Very concerned about that camera. This is daylight, people. No infrared. Now here's a bear. This is nighttime. Infrared, obviously. Bear walks right up to the camera. Takes a sniff of it and walks away. Alright? I mean, the deer, broad daylight. Broad daylight. The deer see it. And there were several other creatures that did it too, but I didn't. He had a big long video. I would have to cut it up into pieces. I thought that proved the point enough. You know, that animals see them. They can see these cameras when they're out there. Animals, they, you know, it's kind of like you in your own house. You know, somebody could leave something very insignificant somewhere, like even in a corner of your house somewhere. You might not notice it right away, but as soon as you like go into that room, or you're going to see it and you're going to know immediately that something don't belong in your house. I think the animals are the same way, you know. They know that that weird bump on that tree shouldn't be there. Not only that, if you the female deer, the mother deer with the fawn was almost fully grown, but not quite. The fawn noticed it, but the mother was more nervous of it. Not only was it noticed, but it caused nervousness. You know, not with the bear. The bear just walked up. Of course, maybe the bear walked up to bite it, you know, and there were several bears that did that. That was just the only one that I put in that little clip. There was one walked up, tried to rip it off a tree. So when people wonder, why don't we have a photo of them with all of these camera traps out there? That's why. These are animals. These are dumb animals. You know, they see it. They might be nervous about it. They might have heightened awareness and ready to run at a moment's notice because of it. But they still go about their business, whereas a Bigfoot has more intelligence, notices it, and stays away from it, you know. And there's another, I should have done that too. I actually meant to do that weeks ago, was put together a video, but I'll just tell you, because I'm sure y'all have seen this, where you want to, you're taking video, or you want to take a picture or whatever of a kid, a dog. I'm talking like an infant or a dog or a cat or something like that, right? And when you pick the camera up and you point it at them, they immediately know that you're pointing something at them. There's a fly. It's a big fly too. It's like a black fly or something. He likes my my light. So, I mean, I don't know. You see it all the time. Dogs that will actually growl at the camera, snap at the camera. Cats will you know, bat at the camera. They realize that you're pointing something at them, and they don't like it. Some of them do. Some of them come up and just sniff it and, you know, lick it or whatever. Dogs, you know. But some, you know, all I'm saying is that you've seen what I'm talking about, where the animal or even the infant seems to have some kind of weird awareness that what that thing you're pointing at them is doing something, is going to do something, or it, you know, I can't even put my finger on what it is, but I notice it all the time now. If I'm watching a video on YouTube and somebody wants to take like birthday pictures of a baby, like first birthday or whatever, second birthday, and then they point that camera at that kid, and that kid will either stare at it like confused, amazed, whatever, or they'll get angry and they'll like hit it or something like that. They don't want it in their face. Same thing with animals, dogs, cats, they'll all do it too. When you're watching YouTube videos, you pay attention to it. See it all the time. They somehow know that you're taking a picture of them. And it's whether it's pointed at them or not. You see what I'm saying? As soon as you point it at them, that's when they know. So when a Bigfoot's walking around, I think that they somehow, maybe it's the way that they're designed. Maybe it's because the lens, here's one right here. Maybe it's because the lens, you know, looks like an eyeball. Maybe somehow that is an intuitive thing, that there's some odd creature staring at me kind of thing. Because I've noticed that all animals instinctively look at your eyes. Have you ever noticed that your dog, when it doesn't look at your shoulder, when it wants your attention, it doesn't look at your shoulder, you know, it doesn't look at your hair, it looks you right in the eyes. All creatures have an innate connection to eye contact, right? And I think it's possible that, you know, when a Bigfoot, a dog, a cat, and baby doesn't know what this is, the lens just puts them in mind of an eye. And because there's nothing other than the eye staring at them, it freaks them out. You know, they don't know what to make of it. All they know is, man, there's just an eyeball staring at me. You know, something like that. I think that that's quite um a feasible explanation for it, because I've noticed it too many times, you know, with animals and babies, all kinds of toddlers. As soon as you point a camera at them, even though they have no idea what that camera is, when you point it at them, they get freaked out. And they either do or they don't. They either get freaked out or there's no response or whatever. Hey, Amy. Let me read my comments here. Those of you who are watching this later, I'm reading my comments. That's why I'm not saying anything. Yeah. What the hell? Amy, how come you're not you're supposed to be a mod in here? What the hell? Oh, did you change your user? Is that what it is? You must have. Oh no, I just made you a mod. Say something, Amy. Type something in there so I can see if it shows that you're a mod now. Yeah. Did you change your user on YouTube? Because I could swear you were a mod and it showed that you weren't. It does now, because I just made you a mod again. No, you did You did change your... You did change your YouTube user, or is it the same as it's always been? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know why you weren't a mod. I didn't change it. I don't remember changing it. Of course, maybe it was my my crazy, hopefully soon to be ex-wife. Maybe she got into my account because she was an admin on my account for a little while, so she might have done something after the falling out. But let's see here. Hold on a second, folks. I want to I'm going to set up another video. I'm going to hope y'all don't get too bored, because I'm going to stabilize it on the show instead of I finished recording it just before the show, so I haven't had a chance to actually stabilize it yet. Let's see here. Oh, can't. Where the heck did I put it? There it is. Okay. Okay, there we go. All right, this is the I'm gonna check my comments real quick. My original people. Ramona, I don't know, are you talking to me or Amy, or and what do you mean by original people? Anyway, this is the Marble Mountain footage. So we're going to have a look at it real quick. Parts of it anyway. I don't want to play it all because I don't want to get a... Man, it just will not let me pull it. That's good enough. Yeah, I'm gonna have to prefetch this for sure. That's gonna take a minute. I can't see y'all's comments while I'm doing this, so I'm gonna flip back. Okay. I think in order for you to hear this, I have to... There we go. I am not hearing this. Okay. Why is the sound? Output. Let's try. I ain't doing it either. Probably has to finish prefetching before we'll catch the sound. Anyway, this is the Marble Mountain footage. Oh, there we go. That would cause it. Why won't it let me change that? What the heck? All right, there's the nest. Folks, while it's playing, I'm actually trying to figure out why the sound isn't playing. Huh. Anyway, So this is the nest. The sound isn't working. I think there's a problem between this video editing software and my streaming software trying to use the sound device at the same time. So because I know this was working fine just earlier, just before the show. So we're all familiar with this. I mean, great example of a nest, right? All of the branches are broken and sizable. I mean, I think a one person would have a hard time toting some of those branches around. And then they say that they see the Bigfoot up on the hill. Okay. First of all, why the hell did my spacebar stop that? Okay, first of all, look how far away this is. This is a pretty good distance. I mean, it might not be as far as like it's probably a wide angle lens, so it looks a little bit farther away than it is. But even with that, you know that's a good distance. It would take somebody a little bit to walk all the way up to the top of that mountain there. And watch how close he has to zoom in to catch this thing. I mean, towards the end when the thing is standing there and it's going crazy and it's in between the trees, that's actually those trees right there. Those trees right there is where he stops and does that. He's still a good bit away. Now, judging from their description, though, when they talk about it, how they can look how long his arms are and all of that stuff, I think that even though the camera is not able to see this very clearly, that they could with their own eye. So it wasn't quite that far away, but it's a good distance. There's, all objects have a Fresnel effect around them, and when they're backlit with bright light, it makes like their arms, hands, the whole body. That's what makes it look smaller, like it's being engulfed with the light from behind it. So it's difficult to make out, but if this was a human, I don't think you would be able to see their arms all the way down to their hands, but you can with this thing. And that to me says it's a large creature. Anyway, let me go ahead and see if we can stabilize this real quick. You get a better look at the dude. The heck? There you are. Okay. And my refetch has not caught up yet. Okay, we'll start about here. Well, there's really it'd be hard to stabilize this. There's not much in the way of stuff to use for key points, but give it a shot. The prefetch. See if it'll pre here. I don't see it doing anything. Anyway. Change some settings here real quick. Okay. Let's see. Could use this. No. I'm using this and then this. Yeah, this is actually going to be kind of difficult. Because he's just walking on it. It's not like trees or anything for me to use. As points. Oh, for the computer to use, I should say. Rotation. There we go. Let's try putting one here. And one here. Okay, let's see what happens. Yeah, how far it gets before it bombs out. Oh, didn't even move. It lost it immediately. Shoot. Alright, I'm not gonna be able to stabilize it until he gets down between those trees, I guess. Because it just does not work. The heck? That was weird. How did that jump like that? You know what to me is a makes me believe that this is absolutely a Bigfoot is the shape of the body when it turns sideways here. Right there. You can actually see where it's walking with its knees bent. And it has like a hunched posture on its back. That's what's giving it that S shape. This is not an issue with the light. I mean, it is in a way, but because if that was a person standing there, they'd be straight up and down like a person. You know, I don't know that a person could look like this in this scenario. It would be very difficult. I mean, they would have to, you know, walk. I can't think of who used to do this old man where they would do this hunched over posture. I think it was it might have been Tim Conway, you know, but also walk with bent knees in order to get that kind of a shape. So that really, and look at the side, it looks like his torso is large, almost like he's wearing a backpack. But, and if you notice the pace that he's going down, it's like he's just sauntering down the hill. I don't think a person could have done that. I think you would have saw a lot more compensating for slipping on rocks and that kind of thing. Whereas this thing here, it just kind of walked down the hill. Yeah, see that? I mean, that is a really exaggerated S shape. And to me, that's indicative of walking with legs bent all the time. Let's see if I can stabilize it right in here. We'll give it a try, people. I mean, they do use this program to make movies and stuff now, but maybe a professional would be better at stabilizing it than me. I just know enough to be dangerous, I guess. Let me see if we can find a couple of spots to use to keep this stable. Guess let's try that. Oh, that's not bright enough. Let's try. Guess we'll use this. Yeah, we'll try that. See how that does. Lost it immediately. Give me a break, would you please? Yeah, it's too big. Hello. Can't tell if it's my fingers messing up or if it's the computer not highlighting. There it goes. Alright, let's try putting it somewhere else. Somewhere that's a little more focused, I guess. Output. Let me find the where the heck are you? Man, when I grew up, if I had mufflers that loud in my car, a cop would stop me every day, give me a ticket. Can't believe it. I guess I'm getting old because that's starting to bother me, you know. When I was a kid, I was like, oh, so what? Oh, here we are. We'll make standard. Maybe that'll give me something to work with. Try. Look at that. I did auto detect and all it found was that one little spot there. That's crazy. Didn't mean to do auto detect. It was just because of my nerve issue. Let's try right here. Try that, I guess. Immediately. What the hell? Usually they get at least, 5-10 seconds of tracking before they lose it, and then I just have to fix it every now and then. I don't know why it's having such an issue with this one. That's nuts. I've never seen one this hard to track. Yeah, I got my settings right. Let's see, maybe position, offset. Tracking settings. Zero pixels. Let's give that a little bit of a bump. What that does. Oh, it is really blurry. Look how pixelated that is. Yeah, it isn't going to do it. It's too pixelated. Sorry, folks. I thought I should have tried to do this before I started the show. It's the only one I didn't mess with already. And of course, it won't work. All right, I'm back to the what you call it. Have I not been displaying my? Yeah, it's on there. Why is it still showing? That is crazy. My preview is still showing me before I started trying to stabilize that video. It's that far back. It's crazy. I don't know what is up with that. All right, I'm back to the comments, people. Oh, the guy with the truck. All right, people. Anybody got any questions? I mean, this is going to be a, all nighter, I guess. So we gotta find something to talk about. Somebody was just simply making it. The black color will not match up. Making what? Did I miss something while I was doing that? It's just now on my preview. It's just now showing me starting to try to track that video. My preview is way behind. Well, that's nice. I popped out the chat window. There it goes. Took forever for it. Man, there's probably something wrong with my internet tonight. It's probably going to bomb out any minute now. They had guys out here working on the pole earlier today. Okay, this is completely off the cuff show. I've finished talking about what I was going to talk about. Though I do have, I wanted to go over. There's a, let me see if it's going to work. Yeah, there we go. There's a Reddit group called the Best Bigfoot Photographs. I think is this a group? I guess. So I just thought I'd go through here with y'all and see what's in here. $54,000 members. Be nice if they'd all subscribe to my channel. Great post a while back that included all the best videos of Bigfoots. All the best still images as well. Please feel free to add. I guess this is going to be... Oh, this is all the best videos. Oh, where are the pictures? There we go. Now, I don't know about y'all, but yes, it walks like a Bigfoot, basically. I don't think the shoulders are wide enough for a Bigfoot. But it seems to me, what didn't this turn out to be a gorilla that somebody photoshopped? Anybody remember? Can y'all hear me? Can you see what I'm looking at? It's like my chat is not doing anything. Did I lose everybody? Am I gone now? Yeah, Matt, didn't somebody come out and say this was actually a gorilla and somebody had photoshopped it to look more like... Well, the shoulders aren't wide enough. I mean, that's like human proportions there. Wow, there's a lot of delay if y'all are just now answering that you can hear me. It's supposed to be on ultra low latency, which means it's only supposed to be a couple of seconds delay, but I'm seeing more like, well, there's probably a lot of people streaming because everyone's stuck at home, I guess. All right, let's move on. See what else we got here. What else we got? Now, see, that's Bigfoot bait. What the hell is this? Wow. The bear, right? Sun bear paw. Actually, that's interesting that there's fur sticking on the bottom, like between the toes. So if you're looking at a footprint, to me, that should make it easier to figure out it's a bear if you see the fur. Though I don't know, I guess Sasquatch might have fur there too. But that's crazy, huh? That looks so much like a regular foot. Wow. Why is that picture even in there? Why is that picture in there? Interesting sketches. To me, none of them are correct. So, Bigfoot guitar. That's funny. What? Expedition Bigfoot Adventure Outpost. What's the name of that new series? Hopefully, they're gonna have a second season. Yeah, see how the hand of that gorilla, how it's the hand part is longer than ours, and it makes it look weird like a dipper. That's what I was talking about in that first video that I was breaking down. Yeah, the Bigfoot that got in the water. To me, that's what it looked like he was doing with his hand in there. What the hell? This is supposed to be the best Bigfoot photos. Get a bunch of morons putting jokes in here and shit. So this is what I hate about doing anything anymore as far as Bigfoot, because this all you find is crap. You just find stupid things, jokes. Type 1, 2, 3, and 4, huh? No. Nope. Now that one that looks like type 4. If the cheeks would have to be wider and the nose is wrong, because you should be able to, the nostrils are not flared enough. And the mouth isn't big enough to me. The hell, why can't you make this chat window stay on top? Yeah, exactly. Frat type 4's nose isn't flat enough, and it should look like the black guy that was on Good Times. You know how his nose was really like pointed really close and pointed down and made his nostrils really big. Like that. That's what I saw in the window. That's the way it was. Now I was looking up at it, so you know, to me his nostrils look just huge. I suppose if you put the nose for type 2 on the type 4, that would be more accurate as far as I'm concerned. Plus the distance of the upper lip from the bottom of the nose to the mouth. The type 2, the one that's listed as type 2 is more accurate. The other ones are not. And then there's just not enough bony structure on the, not enough skeletal aspect. The eyes are more inset in the sockets to make it look more, you know. Actually, let me pull up a. I downloaded a mesh model of A heidelbergensis. I had planned on like rigging it so it could be animated and put, you know, hair on it and all that stuff, and basically seeing if I could take the underlying model and just give it fur and so forth and if it would look like a Bigfoot. But I'll show you here in a second. Let me find it first. Hold on a second, people. Is it in here? No. What? I could have swore it would have been in here. Where the heck did I put it? Oh, you know what? I don't think I saved. Yeah, that's what the problem is. Port. Ah, there he is. Found him. Scale, senior, geometry, facet. Just gonna import him like I did the last time. All right. Be able to see me now. Yeah, okay. Now, this is a 3D mesh model of a heidelbergensis. Let's see here. But as you can see, because this is actually like a scan of a statue or something somewhere, probably something in a museum. But because they had something in his hands like that, his hands are put together. So hands are the hardest thing there is to do in modeling. So I'm not gonna, I mean, I guess I could try to cut his hands apart and remodel his fingers, but look at this mesh, how dense it is. And I could break it down, but then by the time I get this mesh down to a manageable,
make sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon if you want to be notified of any future shows. Feel free to leave comments down below, and please smash that thumbs up. It helps the show out.
Those are vertices, and these are faces, right? The parts between the dots are faces, and you would like grab. Let's see if I can. Like there, I can grab that vertice, see, and stretch it to change the shape of the model, right? So look at how many there are on this guy. That's insane. So it would just be so difficult. I mean, I might as well draw the guy from scratch myself, you know. It would probably take me longer to fix this than it would be to just model it myself. But anyway, thought I'd have a look at his face here. Now his upper lip's a little longer than a human. It might be close to a human, but yeah. If you take and make the cheekbones wider so they come out farther, make the jaw slightly wider and the upper lip longer. And I mean, he's kind of looking down, so let me fix that. All right, so when I saw the one in the window, he was kind of, since I was looking up at him, he was kind of at this kind of an angle here. Right. So yeah, it's about right, except the upper lip is too short. And the cheeks aren't big enough. The cheekbones on the one I saw were, I mean, absolutely huge. Massive. They stuck way out to the sides. And the mouth was lower than that. And, you know, bigger. So, but yeah, the nose would probably look about like that. See how the nostrils are flared? They're not quite flared as much as the one I saw. And the tip of his nose wasn't that bulbous. His nose was thinner. The tip of it, the one I saw. But yeah. So for me, this is a very strong candidate as far as I'm concerned for what a Bigfoot is. It's actually relic hominid. Is that what they call them? Or hominin? Is that what it is now? Heidelbergensis. Yeah. To me, I mean, if you cover them with hair, to me, that is probably what a Bigfoot is. Offline? Hold on. Shoot. There you go, people. Sorry, I must have hit fat fingered a button and switched my screen to offline. There we go. So, if you heard what I said, there's the model I was looking at. Yeah, there's some controls when I switched it into modeling mode. I can do it down here to show you what I was talking about, I think. Yeah, here we go. Edit mode. Yeah, see all those dots? That's what I would have to edit. And why is this moving so slow? Come on, up, up, up. See how they modeled his hands together? Am I still visible? Okay. I don't know if I fat fingered it again. Yeah, see how they modeled his hands together? I'd have to cut them apart and rebuild his fingers and stuff. And with all those vertices, it would just take me, it would be quicker for me to model it from scratch than to try and fix this one. I don't know exactly where y'all got lost, but shoot, did I just do it again? No, see, because of my nerves, my fingers twitch when I'm trying to do things on the keyboard. So I accidentally hit the thing that switched it to the end. The end of my show, the end screen or whatever. So sorry about that. So yeah, to me, this is the number one candidate for what a Bigfoot is. Yeah, people talk about the little people. Is everybody still here? Did I lose everybody when I hit that offline business? Let me switch back to my stupid studio thing and find out what's going on. I still got people, so all right. Yeah, so based on what I saw when I was a kid looking in the window, 5 feet away, and let me put him, I'll put him back in the same angle as what I saw real quick. I had him there a minute ago and then didn't realize that I'd went to my end screen on you guys. All right, let's see. Yeah, basically that kind of an angle. I was looking up at him. All right. So you see how big his nostrils appear. Except, like I said a minute ago, the tip of the nose wasn't so bulbous. It was very thin, very small. Michael Jackson like, or basically like that guy Amos. His nose was exactly what I saw. Matter of fact, when I saw it, that's who I thought of. I thought of him right when I saw it through the window. When I saw that nose, I thought of him. Yeah, well, see, there's what's his name? Lloyd Pye. He did a video. He did a seminar or something where he talked about how, when you go to the museums, they show all prehistoric men like Heidelbergensis and that looking basically human, like a modern human with, like messed up teeth and big bony eyebrows, and that's about it. But he said that in reality, they were covered in hair, and their proportions were not the same as a human. Like maybe their upper arms were longer. So like our upper arms are shorter. We're almost like T-Rex versions of humans compared to all of the other species of hominins that used to exist. We're like the T-Rex version. Our arms are shorter. Okay, let's go back to that website and see if I got crap on here for pictures. Oh, let me see what is this when I have to click on this. A lot of nothing. This looks like somebody photoshopped a baboon, maybe. And then this one down here looks. Oh, I guess that would be a baboon. What would that be? I guess they'd both be baboons, really. Just photoshopped in different ways. This here is that William Jevning face. I wonder if they have his permission to use that. He sent me a copy of that back when I did my interview on Sasquatch Chronicles, asking me if that's what I saw. I said no, not at all. Because I guess this is supposed to be what he saw, and that really makes me doubt. I mean, that is not anything like what I saw. I think that's his. He sent me that picture, that's for sure. Anyway, let me just go up here and see what we got under. That best videos. Or what are all these links here? Melissa Hovey trail cam is something other than. Okay, to me this is very realistic looking. Look, see how wide the shoulders are compared to that gorilla walking. picture. This is what I meant by the shoulders aren't wide enough. And then the trapezius muscles, which are the muscles that connect the shoulders to the back of the neck. See how massive they are here? And they aren't on that gorilla thing. This is that fake, isn't it? Yeah. Fake. I don't know why people keep posting that. I mean, the guy that's been admitted as being a fake. Jacob's family, with chimpanzee and similar pose for comparison, huh? Yeah, that is interesting, isn't it? I've never seen this comparison photo before. Damn it. Okay, there we go. Oh shoot, I forgot to change my screen back. Hold on, people. There we go. Sorry about that. There's the comparison photo with the chimpanzee. Yeah, the hovey with the back. Yeah, I didn't realize I didn't switch to my web browser a minute ago. I'm looking at it and y'all couldn't see what I was talking about. But this is interesting. This is supposed to be on the right is that trail cam footage shot, and then on the left is an actual chimpanzee in the same pose. Interesting how alike they look, isn't it? I like that. That was a great comparison. You notice what one of the differences is. If you look at the chimpanzee, it doesn't have any glutes, which is one of the things about chimps, gorillas, etc. They don't have gluteus muscles because they don't walk upright. But now if you look at this one over here, the trail cam footage, look how much thicker it is in the gluteus, in the glutes area. Now I think that that's the way the picture's taken, that the glute muscle is actually back, like at an angle. If it was from the side, it would probably be more apparent. What in the world? Why did my CPU spike all of a sudden? Hold on, folks. I have to find out why the hell my CPU just spiked. Oh, it's probably this Heidelbergensis thing. Let me get rid of this. I got a new, where is it? I got a new cooling fan for my CPU because this one here is when I built it, I knew the fan I got for it wasn't going to be good enough. Well, the fan that came with it really comes with a what is it called? Prism RGB. Because I have a Ryzen 7 2700X, and the CPU fan that they send with it, it's okay as long as you're not going to do anything like what I was just doing, video editing and streaming and all that kind of stuff. So I went and got me a new, I found one on Amazon that was very inexpensive, and I was like, what? Because back when I built this, it was very expensive to buy one of these. So I said, well, I'll wait and get one down the road. But right now, let me just get this computer up and running. And I've kind of been so busy, I haven't gotten around to replacing it yet. So I got this CPU fan so that I can do a lot more editing and streaming and stuff. So this goes onto the CPU, and then it's got two fans, one on the front, one on the back, basically like a radiator, and that cools off the CPU. You know, it sits in there like sideways like that. And because right now, I mean, I had my CPU up to 200 degrees when I was rendering out I think I was rendering that Heidelbergensis or something. And yeah, I can't even do anything in that program I was just showing you all with the video editing. Right now it's up to 85, 91. What the hell is going on here? Hold on, folks. Like, I have a process that's run amok somewhere on my computer. It should not be doing this. Let me have a look real quick, find out what is driving my CPU through the roof. Chrome. Well, it can't be that. That. Just a second, people. I'm waiting to see. Anyway, so I have to put this in. I was going to do it today, and I didn't get around to it. So that's why I'm a little concerned about how hot my CPU is right now, because it's like 85 degrees in here right now inside the house. It finally warmed up. Today it was 85 outside here. And because my nerves are so messed up, it's probably going to take me forever. This probably would have took me 10 minutes to put this thing in years ago, but now that I have this stupid MS, it takes me forever to do anything when it takes dexterity, you know. If y'all were watching me when I had that video editing program up, just trying to put the mouse in places, it takes me a minute, you know, moving around and stuff. Something is still eating up my CPU. It says that it's Chrome browser, but there's nothing. Hold on, folks. I couldn't see any. Yeah, I'm at 90 degrees Celsius. That's just insane. What the hell is driving my... It's saying that it's Google Chrome. The only thing it can be is this live stream thing I have to have open, whatever. Let me try... See if that makes a difference. Change it to a different screen. Sorry, folks. I'll get back to those pictures here in a second. I just want to get my CV. It's up to 96 degrees Celsius now. That's insane. That's like almost 200 degrees Fahrenheit. And it's saying that it's being caused by Chrome, my web browser. That should not be, because it isn't doing anything. Yeah, it just jumped up almost to 100. The heck? I think it's this stupid preview that I got that they put on the page. Let's see if that fixes it. I changed the page. Sorry, I know this isn't interesting, folks, but if this keeps doing this, I'm gonna have to stop streaming because my CPU might crack. So I just switched off the that stupid Google page. We'll see if that fixes it. Nope. Let me close this browser altogether and see what happens. Now the only thing I have open is the popped out chat window. It's still running. Alright, let's just kill this. Yeah, it's still going up to almost 200 degrees. Yeah, thanks, Ramona. I'm going to try to keep it going for a while if I can get my CPU to cool down again. Hold on, I'm going to have to drop off it. I won't be able to see chat for a minute. I'm going to kill my browser real quick and see if that fixes whatever's going on with my CPU. Not recording this, am I? That would be it. Mystery solved. When I fat fingered it and I changed it that one time to end screen, I must have also fat fingered it and started recording. Like if I'm streaming and recording at the same time, and that uses a huge amount of CPU. Not to mention hard drive space, but I got like 10 terabytes of hard drive, which was kind of intermediate, almost a lot back when I built this thing. Now it's nothing. Let's see, how's my temperatures looking? Are they cooling off now? Yeah, there we go. That's more like it. What the hell? Why isn't it asking me to... Oh, because I had that chat window open. Alright, hold on, folks. It's going to take me a minute to get back to where I can see your chat again. And I've lost, lost the web page I was looking at, because when I closed the browser, it's lost, and that's all. Have to see if I can find it again. Steve, this damn fly. Where the hell did that fly come from? For crying out loud. Like one of those big, I don't know, flies you find on like dead bodies or something. I don't know. He's just up there sitting on my light, wandering around. Crazy. Yeah, liquid nitrogen, right? Yeah. Now I figured out what it is. Somehow I fat fingered it. I don't have much feeling in my fingers, so sometimes I hit buttons and don't realize I'm hitting them. And I accidentally started recording in OBS. I was recording and streaming simultaneously, and the settings are different between streaming and recording, which uses a whole lot more CPU. That's why my CPU was going through the roof. But I've got this other cooler. I just need to put it on there. I won't have to worry about it anymore. All right. I'm going to see if I can pull up that page again and get back where we were as far as... I wanted to see what the most or best Bigfoot videos was, supposedly. That link. Let's see. There we go. Wait a minute, is it going up again? No, it's okay. All right. Okay, so the hell? Now it's showing my chat instead of the damn web browser. Why is it's working? I don't know. Man, something went crazy because it turned off my webcam and everything. Started recording, turned off my webcam, went to end screen. That's crazy. Anyway, this is the wrong RAM window. There we go. Okay, now where were we? Jacob's family trail cam. Oh, that was with the chimpanzee. Gene Hibert, whatever. Let's see what this is. The hell? Yeah, that's a Bigfoot. That is definitely a Bigfoot. Let me look at the other pictures, then I'll tell you why I'm saying it's definitely a Bigfoot. I don't know why she said it stood perfectly still for 5 minutes when it obviously moved. Because in this picture, its hand is up on that branch. Right? Yeah. She's at a different angle too. How the hell did she get that close to this thing? At this angle, it's not. Let's see how big those shoulders are. I'm actually starting to doubt it now, though. Yeah, it's hard for me to make out what exactly that picture is, but this one Hey, Teresa. See, now I'm doubting it. Well, from this picture, there's something fake looking about the shoulders when it's in that position. And the fact that she says it did not move at all for 5 minutes, but it obviously did because it's in a different position than it was here. Its hand is on this branch. So it obviously moved, but she says it didn't move. Now this is it's either like a dummy or it's a Bigfoot. It's not a person in a suit. That's why I said it's definitely a Bigfoot, because if you look, this is obviously the brow ridge right here. And see the sloping forehead? You know, another thing is, this is what I keep telling everybody, is it's a sloping forehead. It does not have a sagittal crest. I think what people are thinking is a sagittal crest is just its hair sticking up. And this thing has a head the shape that I have always said that their head, it's just a slope, you know. And if you look at where the eyebrow ridge is, and here's the bridge of the nose, if there was a dude wearing this, his eye would be right here. His forehead would have to come outside the top of this mask. A human head cannot fit inside this. So this cannot be a person in a suit. It has to either be a dummy that somebody put there, which this does not look like a dummy, but this does. This one does kind of look like a dummy, just, you know, posed there. But then again, when they're standing still, they look like that, you know. The thing I'm not liking about this, it won't let me zoom in anymore. Shoot, can you all still see this, or have I fat finger? It's back to not showing the damn window again. The hell is going on here? I'm gonna have to close the chat window. I think it's messing with it. There you go. And because I'm not looking at the chat window, I can't tell that y'all you couldn't see anything. Red apologizing. I don't know what you're talking about there, Brian. They used to have an option in Blender to, it would, I don't remember what it was called. It was something like decimate or something, well, they had several of them, but one of them specifically was to take care of meshes like that. It would drop what's the word I'm looking for? Drop the vertice count and make it more manageable. I had to use that on is it AutoCAD or something like that years and years ago, like back in 09. It didn't work very well back then, but it was better. You would have to fix it afterwards, but it was a lot better than having to deal with all of those vertices. Yeah, sorry about that, people. I didn't hit the wrong button. What happened is when I switched tabs, I think it flipped from the browser window to the chat window. So I'm gonna have to close the chat window altogether so we can't do that anymore. Shoot, it's not, now my webcam's going again. There we go. Man, what's going on here? Anyway, so what I'm talking about, I don't know where I lost y'all, but these are the Gene Hebert photos. The one of them, the number 3, it's like you can't even tell what the heck it is. So I'm not even going to bother with that one. But these two here, these are interesting. These are compelling. What I was saying before is that this one here seems, when I said this is a real Bigfoot, you see here's the eyebrows. This is where the eye is. This is where the nose is. And see how the forehead slopes? This is the way that I have always said their head is shaped. They don't have a sagittal crest. They just have a sloping head. And what people think is a sagittal crest when their head is pointy in the middle. I mean, my head is pointy in the middle, for crying out loud. It could just be the way their hair is. You know, it's a bad hair day, whatever. So their hair sticks up and people say, oh, he's got a sagittal crest. Really? Have you seen some of the women walking around with them, what are those things that they put under their hair? The bumps makes their hair look fuller. So do these women have brain tumors? Is that what you're saying? Well, our head's sticking out way back here. No. You know, just because their head looks like that doesn't mean that they have a sagittal crest. Because anything can be going on with somebody's hair. Look at people. You know, women put all kinds of crazy stuff in their hair, you know, to make it, give it shape and everything, you know, intentionally. You know, if an alien come down, you think the alien would go, oh, they got some strange, you know, crazy head shapes and stuff down there. You know, so it's not, but anyway, so if a human was wearing this as a mask, the forehead would stick out. This forehead slopes too much for a human head to fit inside of it if it was a mask. Because it slopes back, you see? So that's why I was saying this is either like a statue, a model, a puppet, or it's real. There's not a human in there. Now, when I look at this one, let me make sure y'all can still see what I'm looking at. Yeah, okay. When I look at this one, what concerns me about this one is this right here. You see this part of the shoulder? It almost looks like football shoulder pads, because the football shoulder pads, they come out, they're like they have like 3 or 4 plates under them. There's one that goes to here, then another one goes a little farther down so that they can flex when you move your shoulder, right? And that looks like the top plate that's sticking out of a shoulder pad. It could, but like I said, with the sagittal crest, that could just be the way that the hair on that shoulder is sitting, right? But the fact, which still, if this can't be a human, it's either a Bigfoot or it's a doll that somebody has put there. And if it's a doll, why would they have bothered to use shoulder pads? Unless, I guess, they just ran out of stuff to bulk it up with, I guess. But because you can see where the eyebrow, the brow ridge is, there's no way a human forehead could fit in there. You know, the eyes would be right here. The brows is right there, and the forehead is almost flat. A human head cannot fit in there. So this is either a stuffed thing, it's a doll, something, or it's really a Bigfoot. And when I look at the rest of the facial structure, that fly just buzzed me. You see right here, and you all better still be able to see what the heck I'm looking at. Yep. All right, if you see right here where the cheekbone is, you can see the lighting, how light it is going right through here. That's a large cheekbone, and you see the bone that goes up the side of the eyeball, like right up here. That is more of a skeletal look, which is what I have seen. This has all of the features, at least in all of its unfocused greatness here, as much as you can tell with it being all blurry and stuff. It appears to have all of the features of the Bigfoot I saw looking in a window. Even the mouth, look how big that upper lip is. And then the lips are right here. Upper lip goes all the way up to there. The nose is a little bit obliterated by that specular highlight coming through the trees back there. It's a little hard to tell exactly what the shape of the nose and the upper lip is right in there. I think it's being obliterated because, like I said on the Marble Mountain, when you have bright light behind you, that Fresnel effect, it'll kind of curve and it'll block stuff out. Like, see the fur on the back here, how it almost like vanishes. That's from the bright light behind the fur. It's overpowering the fur itself. It's making it smaller than it really is and making it fade to nothing. Well, I think the same thing is going on with the nose here. So that's the deal. And since, I might add, the thing just in the other picture had its hand up on the branch, obviously it can't be a stuffed dummy. And since a human head cannot fit in there, it has to be a real Bigfoot. Has to be. So these are probably the best images. And to me, I mean, the head, it looks like a Bigfoot to me. I've looked at other stuff and I immediately say, nope, not a Bigfoot. This looks like a Bigfoot. Of course, it's out of focus, but that looks like a Bigfoot to me. You know, as a matter of fact, I'm going to try to redo my Bigfoot because I never did finish it. It doesn't come out perfect. I just got it to the point where I could say, if this is looking at you in a window, it's a Bigfoot. And that was it. Damn fly. So, yeah, I believe this is a Bigfoot. The side, how huge the shoulders are. And then the butt's pretty big, too.
In a state of emergency, the best of humanity.
There seems to be too much hair on the chest, though. But if you look at the, what was it, the Freeman footage, this looks more natural to me than the Freeman footage. The Freeman footage looked like someone wearing a suit to me. Anyway, I'm going to check the comments here and see what y'all are saying, if anything. Oh, I don't have the comments open anymore. That's right.
Thanks for listening.
Rap 3, easier retro. I'll check out, I'll look into that Rap 3. Well, actually, I should pull it up in a tab or I'll forget. Rap 3. Okay, well, I'll look at that later. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, well, actually it is. Brian, the offline thing, it is a big deal. You would not believe how picky people are. I mean, I'll probably get all kinds of comments about the music in the background and, you know, the glare on my glasses. I mean, anything and everything. So when it pops to offline, I like to explain it so that not only that, so that at the time I was trying to explain it while it's still set offline, so that if anyone like it watches the video back when it goes to offline, they know that I fat fingered something and I'm trying to fix it. So, but yeah, you got to explain it. I've had people complain about how close the microphone is to my mouth, how much bass there is. I already have a deep voice, so right now it sounds like crap because I don't have my mixer anymore, because Mysteriously, it did not end up in the storage unit when I handed it to my soon-to-be ex-wife. So, I don't know why she would have picked just that to not put in the storage unit, except that it's like my most expensive piece of equipment and like the key to my the center to my show equipment. Anyway, so, but people complain about all kinds of stuff, you know, how deep your voice is, how close you are to the microphone. I mean, anything and everything. My Blender projects. Well, that's way behind because I closed Blender a long time ago. Yeah. I don't understand it. Yeah, I don't get that. Anyway. Is everybody still here? What do we got here? I got the wrong thing up here. I can't tell what's going on. 11 viewers. Hello, everybody. I don't know. People are coming and going. I think they are because Brian, because of the angle, because that thing has its left leg shot back, which means that its pelvis is more tipped towards the camera, which means the glutes are facing away and you wouldn't see them. But if you look at how thick they are, they're thicker than the chimpanzee for sure. I'll see if I can pull that back up and show you again. It is this one. Yeah. All right, this is the chimpanzee, right? Look at that bony butt right there. That's his butt. This is just hair hanging off the leg. This is actually the butt. Just this little tiny, it's not, there isn't even any meat there. It's just a hip bone, basically. Now, if you look at this, okay, the hip is here. This is the side of the thigh. They're not exactly in the same position. See how his knee is bent here? This one here, the knee is straight. So this is actually the quad right here, the side of the thigh. And then if you look right here, this is where the side of the glute is right here, which goes right to the back. See what I'm saying? And he's got his upper body twisted a bit, but yeah. So to me, you see that there's a lot more meat right there in the glute area than this bony little chimpanzee butt. Hey, Dave. All right, let's see what else we got here. The big Bigfoot. You talking about the one I said would have to be a real one, not or a stuffed dummy? It couldn't be a person. Is that the one? Or are you talking about? Oh, say it couldn't be the chimpanzee one because that's a baby Bigfoot, right? Where was this photo taken? Let me see. I don't know. Someone named Gene Hibert, whatever. Doesn't look like there's any information on here about where. I'll probably Google it, but I'm gonna move on here and see what else we got here. Lake Worth monster photo. Okay, Lake Worth monster. I don't know what that could be anything. And I guess I kind of see like here, this looks like the center of the back. This is the lower lats. Arm, shoulder, traps, head, and obviously he's facing away, and then glutes. But it's so blurry, it could be a suit. It could be somebody with one of those bearskin rugs thrown over him, for all I know. You know, it's way too blurry to make any kind of a determination. See what else we got here? Extreme Expeditions White Bigfoot. Oh, there he is. I don't know. It could be a big trash bag too. You know, can't tell what the hell that is. The Florida skunk ape, Mayaca, Florida. Is that? Yeah. I don't know what to make of that, because I think it's just an escaped orangutan is what it seems like to me. Just doesn't look like a Bigfoot to me. It looks like an escaped orangutan got loose or something, you know. Because it's leaning on its knuckles, so you don't really see that it has any proportions, you know, like if a Bigfoot stands up, you know, it just, I mean, that chimpanzee bent over has similar proportions to that picture. So to me, it could just be an orangutan. They might have took a picture of an orangutan at some zoo or something. Duhan Family Trail Cam, Louisiana. Finding Bigfoot's recreation showed this figure to be approximately 7 feet tall. Okay, well, I guess hit reload and nothing. So that one's gone. She's a goner. Southern California hiker photo. That looks like a gorilla. Pretty sure that's just a gorilla. Some picture of a gorilla from a zoo or something. Yeah. Yeah, the mouth is wrong. It's sticking way out. That's a gorilla. I'm going to check the comments real quick here. Oh, Amy, you're saying you think it was in BC, that Jane or whatever Hybert photo? Yeah, Brian, I know. I did I think it was I don't think it was AutoCAD. I think it was what the hell was it? One of them other programs that like you would use for architecture or CNC machines, that kind of thing. Way back in, geez, when was that? It was probably back in the beginning, early 2000s or something. And there were so many, I couldn't even open it. By the time I finished importing it and you go and hit the edit mode, it would just crash, you know. And actually this one, well, that's not crashing. I mean, I have a pretty powerful computer now, but you can tell that all of those meshes are really messing with it. For all of those vertices. I closed Blender like a half an hour ago, so the thing I was having with my CPU temperature, it was because I was recording and streaming simultaneously at 2 different resolutions, which messes with the CPU. And I had Blender open. That's what I thought. I closed because I had that Heidelbergensis, which had it was such a high density mesh. I said, that's got to be what it is. And I closed it and it had no effect at all. So I figured out I stopped the recording and that fixed it. Where am I at now? Let's see here. I'm at 76. What do I got going on here? Says, yeah, it's my OBS is eating it up. I didn't turn on record again, did I? No, I'm good. All right. Yeah, so far so good. So far I haven't fat fingered anything in a while. Why am I doing that? I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna go back to these pictures. All right. Southern California hiker Harley Hoffman video still. I don't know. I don't know where there's no context, but to me, honestly, that looks like a gorilla. It looks like a picture somebody took of a gorilla somewhere, and then they're passing it off for a Bigfoot photo. Because I can kind of see where the mouth is, and it looks like it's that big gorilla mouth, and the ears are. It's hard to say though, but to me, it looks like a gorilla. Infamous Lake Worth monster. I just looked at that, didn't I? Yeah. I don't know why people bother to even post that picture. Alaskan Sasquatch photographed by a 10-year-old. Yeah, that's a guy in a suit. Arms are too short. The shoulders are too narrow. And look at the size of the head. See, that's kind of the dead, to me, a dead giveaway that it's a dude in a suit. Because when you put the suit on, they put this head on that makes him look like a gorilla, right? That head is so bulky. Look at this picture. This dude's head is almost as wide as his shoulders. I mean, at the top, not just down the bottom, but at the top, his head up here is so close to the ends of his shoulders that there's no way this is a Bigfoot. It's a person. It's a dude in a suit. He's wearing a headpiece, and the headpiece is so big that his shoulders are almost insignificant. There's no way that's a Bigfoot. A Bigfoot's head would be in proportion. Actually, for me, Bigfoot is the opposite. Their head looks like it's too small for as big as their shoulders are. So when I see something like this, it's like, no, it's a dude in a suit. Instantly. All right, I'm just looking to see if there's anything else here. I think I already went through all of this stuff. Yep. All right, folks. Okay. Well, Teresa, we're chatting in here. I mean, my Discord is still there. Anybody can go in there if you want to talk. My Discord is always there. Amy, I don't know why y'all aren't. It's up to you. If you want to go in there and chat, go in there and chat. Stay safe from the Wuhan. You talking about our the big C, the pandemic, Matt? Yeah, I haven't been driving. Last I went out, I made like, I don't know, $6-7 in 7 hours, and I said no. I mean, I'm not even making my gas money back. I said, why am I going to go out and put myself at risk? And I'm making pennies. So right now I'm trying to, I'm going to try and start doing like Postmates, those delivery things where you deliver groceries. Only I'm not going to do it. My sister is going to ride with me, and she's going to go in and pick it up and drop it off. I'm just going to drive. I'm going to try to do that. And I also applied for, now they're allowing Uber and Lyft drivers to claim unemployment because of the big C. And, things like that I'm looking into. But it's going to take up to 3 months for me to see a dime from that. So I'm hoping that we'll get that initial $1,200 stimulus check soon, like really soon, because otherwise, I don't know if I've heard them say stuff about not evicting people, and I think college students paying their college loans, and I think medical bills, but nothing about like them coming and taking my car if I can't make my car payment. So I don't know. Yeah, hold on. I'll give you the link. I thought it. I think it's here somewhere. I think I still have it in here. There it is. Look on the screen. You see it on the screen down there by my microphone, lower left. You just type in that URL, discord.gg/RWN7TR7 with a capital N. And that will get you into the server. I don't know why, you have to pay a premium to be able to use like discord.gg.SasHyp. For some reason, you have to use these stupid cryptic links unless you pay money. So everybody's welcome to go in there 24/7 to talk, to post, and chat. Chat is the text version, and then Campfire, you can actually talk to each other. So you're welcome to post links and whatever in chat. Go into the Campfire and talk all you want. I might, if you get a few people in there, I might go ahead and pull the chat up and make it part of the show. The Campfire, rather. I actually went through Discord chat a while back. I was going to make that part of this night. But it's like everything that was in there I've seen before. And it was that. I only went back so far, but if anybody out there knows of something new for me to have a look at, go ahead and post that in chat. And I'll, where the hell's my Discord? There it is. Then post that in Discord chat, and I will have a look at it. Who is this? Oh, well, I missed you. I guess Brett was in chat and I missed him. I haven't had my Discord open for a while. Unless you see, like, I don't know what you yell at or whatever when you, what do they call it? Mention my name. I don't even get a notification, so you have to mention my name if you want me to get back, or send me a private message. But he did this in chat, so I don't know. He sent me a private message and I responded to him, and he never responded again. So I don't know. Anyway, I'm looking at chat. I'm in Discord now. I don't see anybody else in there. So y'all want to go in there and talk instead of typing. I have such a hard time typing. I don't like to type at all. Who else still in here? How many people are still watching? 12:30. Jeez, we've been going for 2 hours now. Is that right? Two hours and 44 minutes. Well, not really. I started my stream while I was still getting coffee and stuff, so it's not really accurate. Why does it say 25 minutes? Oh, average watch time. So I guess none of you are actually watching my show because it says average view time 25 minutes. I think that's kind of impossible. Just let's see, Amy, Teresa, Matt, Ruptured Duck have all been in here since the beginning, so I think my average should be higher than 25 minutes after, what, 2.5 hours. Retopologizing. Well, I got that rap 3 in I did a Google search. I'll look at that later. Yeah, Matt, I'm talking according to Google, my average watch time for this show is 25 minutes. I said that's kind of impossible since like at least 5 of the people here have been since the show began. I think my average should be a bit higher than 25 minutes. Let's see here. Wait a minute, can I do it? Will it do it? No, I forgot to hit the damn hotkey. Where's it at? Oh, I took it out of here.
Make sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon if you want to be notified of any future shows. Feel free to leave comments down below, and please smash that thumbs up. It helps the show out.
Hey, if you haven't hit the thumbs up yet, hit the thumbs up, because the way that Google has changed things, it goes according to thumbs up and comments. If I'm not getting thumbs up and comments, there's no way I'll ever be recommended. There's no way I'll ever get any money whatsoever off my channel. They're making it so difficult anymore unless you're like almost a commercial production. You really can't make anything on YouTube anymore. So was it Ramona or Ramona, right? Yeah, Ramona, did you figure out Discord? Hey, if you can, yeah. It's only the shows that have a lot of thumbs up, a lot of comments that even get put up. And then once they've been up there for a while, like my older shows, it just gets knocked down in the rankings. It doesn't count unless they're continuously getting thumbs up and comments. You know, they want to see constant activity on a video. Otherwise, they just bury it. And, you know, I never make anything off of it. Yeah, Ramona, I don't know. Are you using a computer or your cell phone? This preview is lagging so bad. It still has me showing pictures. I stopped doing that like 10 minutes ago. Where I was talking about how the head's too big. Can't believe how much lag is there. It's the worst it's ever been. Yeah, you know how you can type in, well, if you type in that link, it should bring up like your browser on your cell phone. And then when it'll bring up the Discord site, and then it'll tell you to install the app. And when you do the app, it'll automatically join you to my server. Thanks there, Ruptured Duck. Let's see what else we can get into here. I'm actually thinking about going and starting and changing, not changing necessarily, but going on to this float plane site. I just don't know that my Bigfoot channel would work here because it seems to be all IT stuff. I do have an IT channel too, and if you want to check that out, it's called AJ Bits. If you go to my main YouTube channel for the Sasquatch hypotheses, over on the side it says my other channels. I've got 4 channels now. I've got one about MS, one about rideshare driving, one about basically technology, but right now I'm going over cryptocurrency. And yeah, those other ones I don't really have. I'm not monetized yet. I don't have enough subscribers. I started them a while ago, but never did anything with them because I spent so much time on this one. Now I'm trying to mess with, you know, all of them. You know, like one day I'll do AJ Bits, one day I'll do AJ Rides, one day I'll do Destination Life, one day I'll do Sasquatch Hypotheses, that kind of thing. Since, you know, especially now with the big C, I gotta figure something out. I'm thinking about going to this float plane. Did I show it to you? Are y'all able to see this? Yeah, okay. This float plane, because basically it's a membership thing. And, you know, I'll make money off of everybody who joins and watches my stuff. So I don't know if it's like you pay a membership to the site, or you only pay when, like, if you watch my channel, you basically pay a membership to my channel only, and then they take a percentage of the collection, like Patreon does. And I was also thinking about trying to use Patreon, but they've changed the way they work. First of all, they added a whole bunch of levels that I never put in there. They have other levels in there, and I tried to put the $1 level back in there, and they won't let me put it back in there anymore. So I guess you're not allowed to go below $3 anymore for Patreon. So, and they're used to be able to upload directly to Patreon. Now you have to use a link, which means I still have to use YouTube anyway. So YouTube or library, which is the other thing I'm doing. So right now I'm just trying to figure out how to get things going again, I guess is the best way to put it. Let's see, can I see? I think it's not, it's only going to show me. According to my participants in chat, it's only Ramona, Ruptured Ducks, and Teresa. The only people participating in chat. I don't think it counts mods though, so Matt and Amy wouldn't be in there, I guess. But there's 10 people watching. I guess I better find something, because I don't know who these other people are. Find something interesting to put up here. Here's a I found this. It's an alternate Bigfoot and UFO. Well, it says Bigfoot, UFO, and more sightings map. And you know, I guess what they've done is they're using Google Earth, I think, or Google Maps, one or the other. Looks like Google Maps, to plot all of the sightings that have happened. Although there should be some on here, and I'm not seeing any. I don't know what's up with that. There we go. Shoot, did I switch the browser? No. Here you go. There you go, people. I need to turn on my auto. I thought I had auto switcher turned on already. I see all the sightings. There's UFO, Bigfoot. What is that? Dogman, maybe? What is that? Just says something. I have no idea what that is. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. It's geez, how did I find this thing anyway? Honestly, I can't remember where the heck I found this. No idea. Pretty interesting though. Let's see, Columbus. Don't show anything in Huntsville or my area. What is this? White Bigfoot seen several times. Yeah, that's in Tennessee, but it's actually not far from my house. It looks like it's maybe 20-30 minutes away, I guess, from my house. Maybe a little bit more, but somewhere around a half hour to get up here in this area. I'm still not seeing anybody in Discord. Oh, that's music. Another YouTuber, Amy. It's a music another YouTuber put up on Spotify called Stream Beats, and it's music known to be absolutely free of copyright problems on YouTube. Because if you put up anything, you know, like my intro music, I keep getting copyright strikes with that, even though the guy gave me permission. You know, it's a screwed up system. With this, I don't have to worry about it. So I just play this for background sounds, you know, because silence is it sounds ridiculous, you know, like when I'm trying to find something and I'm not talking. Teresa, why would you be confused? You used to be on Discord. What, did you delete it or something? All you have to do is type in that link if you're using it on your cell phone or your computer. Type in that link in the browser, and when you go there, it will automatically open up. If your app is already there, it will automatically open it up and join you to the server. Yeah, Brian Johnson, you must be really lagging behind if you're just now looking at that glutes thing. Unless you've backed up and you're watching, like, what do they call it? The DVR function, where you can back up and watch what I've said before, or pause it and that. Let's see. What else can I do here? I was going to... I'll ask y'all, would you be interested in... I was on the fence about whether to do this or not. Would you be interested in hearing the raw interview with that Navy SEAL? Unedited. Art Garcia. It's the first I've seen of you, man. Welcome. Yeah, that guy jumped, the Bigfoot jumping over the log. I think you're talking about the one that runs and then it jumps over a log as it just before it disappears. Yeah, that's a really good one. I should try to stabilize that one and get a closer look. Santa Ana. Hold on, people. I'm trying to find that Navy SEAL. Heck, I was just looking at it. Here we go. I think this is where it is. What's going on? I need to get my contacts back. These glasses are driving me crazy. Let's see if I can wipe these things off real quick. Of course, I have to be able to make money to get my contacts. There we go. Ah, it's better. All right, let's see. All right, people, I'm looking for the seal. It's not really an interview. What it was, and the reason the audio on that show sounded like crap, was what I did was I recorded a conversation with the guy when I was doing a pre-interview, because he was supposed to be on the show later, and then I was going to actually interview him, have him go over his story all over again. And I forget what happened. I don't know if, I think he told me to just use that to, and it was like a 5-hour conversation. So why I'm seeing the data, but I'm not finding the damn wording. Here we go. Oh, it says project. That's not what I want.
In a state of emergency, the best.
Why don't I have 2 of these? Okay, this must be it here.
Cannot fund. Come to the CDC Foundation and give board. Us to you.
Yeah, this is the edited version. Hang on, folks. I'm still looking. I found the edited version. I'm trying to find the unedited version. I know where it should be. See. In here. Okay, the best I could do was find my original. This is the original that I edited down. Except it looks like it's missing. What the hell? Alright, we're gonna listen and see if this is. It looks like this is chopped up. Let's see if it's there or not. Shoot, I don't think this will play while I'm streaming. I see. I don't believe it. It's opening the same program again. Why would you do that? It's just an MP3. That's the edited version again. I record that. Everybody's still here? I don't see anything going on in the chat there. The Discord? No. Yeah. I'm still looking for the show. I keep finding the edited version. I'm looking for the unedited version. Okay. So I moved stuff around and reinstalled my system. Let's see, when did I interview this guy? Yeah, it was after the new computer, but I've reinstalled my operating system and I've moved everything. Trying to find out where I put this original. I know I just saw it the other day. What's killing me? I just saw it. Oh, that's what gave me the idea. heck was it? Let's see, I'm pretty sure it's ST4. Crazy, I just opened it. Why the hell you give me crap now? There anymore. Oh man. OSP, what? Alright, I know where else it is. We'll just have to use that. I don't understand why I can't find it on here. least as long as Patreon hasn't deleted it. Are you kidding me? It's taking forever for this to load. God, why is this so slow? Let's go. Load already. What the hell? God. Okay, here we go. I have to just find the damn thing. Why is it? Oh, that's insane. I don't believe this. Okay, I gotta tell y'all what just happened. That was crazy. All right, I have I found the SEAL team, the original. I forgot I actually have it on YouTube. You know, for patrons who paid whatever it was, $20, $50, whatever the heck it was, could hear the entire interview, right? Well, nobody ever paid that, but it's been there. So I went and I found it. Well, it's unlisted, right? So it doesn't show up anywhere. But when I went to open it, it actually popped an ad up on my video. I'm like, why would you pop an ad up on an unlisted video? Well, I guess, I don't know. I guess people like when they make these websites where you can become a member of whatever and get access to private classes and that kind of thing, they usually send them to an unlisted YouTube, or some of them do anyway. So, anyway, I just thought it was a little crazy that they had an ad on there. All right, people. So, I'm going to go ahead and start this, and I'm going to click it to taking your coffee break. I'm going to get some coffee. I got to hit the head as well. So, here we go.
Make sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon if you want to be notified of any future shows. Feel free to leave comments down below, and please smash that thumbs up. It helps the show out.
I'm going to back it up to the beginning again since my my ad jumped in there. Start it over again. All right, folks, sorry. I actually started that. Well, I started walking away and realized I forgot to turn the audio on for you. Here we go. Once again, here's the raw SEAL team, or the SEAL interview. It wasn't an interview, it was a conversation that I recorded as a pre-interview. And so that's why the audio sucks, and you know, it's not very coherent like an actual interview. But a lot of people wanted to hear the original, so here's the original.
I had been home for 2 weeks after my graduation, and I was on my first assignment. I only had been there, um, my duty station. I've only been there 3 days, so I'm still learning the guys' names and figuring, how it is with military, trying to figure out what the hell's going on, and who the ringleaders are, and who to listen to, and blah blah blah. You know what I'm talking about.
Sure.
Um, so my pager goes off. We get called in. We call in and we're told to gear up.
I'm sorry, where did you say you were? What post?
I'm sorry.
Where were you posted at?
I'm not gonna say.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you said that or not.
Um,
What was it? U.S. I'm
if
sure.
I say where it is, you're gonna know exactly what special forces I was in. So, um,
But United States, right? Lower 48.
yeah, I'm in the United States. Oh yeah, it's like I said.
All right. I have a pretty good idea where you were anyway, but go ahead.
Just to amuse me, where do you think?
Fort Lewis.
No. Okay, good. All right.
Really? Okay.
No, no. So anyway, I would. And bear with me, man. This sort of shakes me up when I still talk about this, and I'm trying to. And if I stammer a little bit, or if I get offline a little bit, just realign me here.
No, I understand. And I don't know how much of my shows you've seen, but I've been 5 feet away from a Bigfoot looking it in the eye, so I understand. So you just take your time and do what you got to do.
Well, and that's even makes me even feel better, because what I'm about to tell you, you're gonna know whether you're gonna know if I'm telling you the truth and not trying to feed you some bullshit.
That's right, I will.
Right, and to be honest with you, and to when I go over this and I play the scenario in my head, it loops in my head because of the part of the PTSD of it. When this shit goes through your head and you think back and you look at it, you're like, man, there's just no way this shit's fucking true. It's just and this is fucking mind blowing. But I'm looking at myself as being I was 18 years old, or I had just turned 19 in March. So this happened, and I graduated from I went through graduation, and like I said, I was home for a couple weeks. We got a couple weeks before, and then I got my duty station. Um, so I'm young. I'm very young. I'm very I'm full of piss and vinegar. You know what I mean? And ready to take on the world type of thing. You're fresh. You're basically a boot camp. But anywho, so we get a beeper. My beeper goes off. And I wasn't far from the base. I was like, I don't know, maybe 15, 20 minutes away out of McDonald's. And we get called in. And of course, the guys that I'm under, um, my higher ups are like, just, were, walking me through on how to get prepared and what we need to take and blah blah. Because it's the first time I've ever had to deal with this situation, and it's nothing like going through boot camp or going through training, because everybody does everything different anyway. So anyway, we get called. I got called in. We get prepared, and I remember we were sitting for a long, long time, and it was almost 24 hours gone by, nothing. Um, but they wouldn't let us come down from. We weren't allowed to come off of alert. Um, so I'm gonna bump it up a little bit faster for you here. About 2 o'clock that afternoon, okay, they round us all up. There's three helos waiting for us on the waiting. Wait, you got three helos waiting for us. Um, it's 15 of us. They split us up. It was just a Huey. We load up in the helo. There's five in each helo. I have no clue where we're going. Nobody, and of course, being a rookie, I don't want to be the one, asking, want to come across like I'm asking too many damn questions, you know what I mean? But it was on my mind, like where, what's going on, where we headed to, and I'm thinking we can't be going too far if it's in Hilo. Um, then I overheard somebody say, one of the higher guys, one of the veteran guys, so what's up, and they said, oh, we're just going to go do we're going to go do like a training mission. So I'm in Hilo. I'm gonna now, at this point, I'm beyond commanding officers. I'm with um, officer. There's only one officer, and one he was not in my Hilo. Um, see, this is making me. Yeah. He's a higher rank than I am. I mean, I'm only an E3. This guy's an E6. Um, this guy. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. Somebody, because one of like I said, another like it was either this guy at the time was either E4 or E5. Was that they were talking just like a general conversation. He's just and it was just very nonchalant. He just looked at him like what's going on? What's up? It was basically the content of that, and he sort of yeah, this is my very first time. So I don't have, like I said, I have never done anything with these guys. This is I am brand new. Matter of fact, me and my best friend are brand new. My best friend was with me with on this, and and he and I had gone through boot camp together. We were going through training together, and then we got assigned together at the same place. Now when I went to boot camp, he was in a different he was in a different boot camp than I am, but we had gone at the same time and graduated at the same time. Um, um, it's just very nonchalant at that time. It was to them, it was, it did seem normal. You know what I mean? To them, you know what I mean? They didn't, they weren't, there was no, if you're asking if it was like, were we getting in the game mode or anxiety? No, I didn't sense that. You know what I mean? It just to them it was like exactly. Yeah, that's when I'm sorry. I'm trying to look back at this and I remember it was just this very like a passing type of conversation. It was very short. He just said hey, what's up? Um, No. I want you to because it's how that actually helped me because I want to make sure that I'm being correct in what I'm saying and setting the tone of what's going on with this. But yeah, that's fine. I don't have a problem with it. I don't have a problem with that. If you're recording, I don't have a problem with that. Okay, that's fine. And that's fine. Yeah, and that's fine. I have no problem with that. So anyway, like I said, we're in this helo. Maybe I'm going to guesstimate about maybe a little over an maybe a little over an hour. um, and of course, my anxiety is going up because here I am being a rookie. I don't want to be I have no clue what's going on. I don't want to fuck up. I don't want to be I don't want to be that boot camp or I don't want to start shit off on a bad foot with these guys. You know what I mean? So I'm pretty much just being quiet and observing what's going on. You know what I mean? I'm just being very laid back. Right, right, and and the best advice I got is, when I was told, don't go in there acting like you're Billy Badass, and you just just I was told to keep your ears open and mouth shut. It's the basics. But so anyway, excuse me here. I'm sorry, I got some shit in my throat. But anyway, they so we're hovering around, and then we get dropped off. We actually there was no the LZ. We end up actually soft roping from the helo to the ground. And they sort of made it like a contest. We were trying to beat, we were racing against the other two helicopters. You know what I mean? So, that even made it feel like more like we were, in a training situation. You know what I mean? Right. Exactly. But, so we get up there and, I'm told to go, we need to go, we're, making a perimeter and, securing the situation and, up there, the normal rigmarole shit that you've already, what I'm talking about. You've already been through all this. We set up, um, we had set up an HC. Sure. I'm sorry. We had no wire. No wire. No wire
Can y'all
whatsoever.
hear that?
No wire was matter of fact. In what I ever did, we never had wire.
The
But
hell, I lost 4 people.
I've never, but
But
we
y'all
don't,
wanted to hear this.
it's only 15 guys. There's only 15 of us. I'm sorry, I take that back. There's 15 of us with one officer. Um,
Yeah, so I did a coffee run, but because I'm crippled, it takes me like 3 times as long to do everything.
yes.
Okay, the reason I actually was muting myself because it wasn't supposed to be for an interview.
So then I hear talking amongst the men, and they thought, well, maybe we're out here. They didn't know what kind of exercise we were doing, so they're trying to speculate on what we're doing out here, and we're out in the middle of nowhere, and
Yep. How you doing, Mary?
And we're in the forest. I have no clue where in the hell I'm at. I don't, and when it wasn't that, it couldn't be that far.
Okay, just to give you all some background, any of you who have not heard this show before, there's an actual show where I cut this down into a small. I think it's like an hour and a half. It's more of a testimonial than an interview, but it's where he just talks about, well, this. It's actually this. This was the raw conversation I had with the guy that I recorded, so that I could take notes for when we did do an interview. But we never did do an interview. He just told me to use the recording for the show. So that's why the sound is crappy and all of that stuff, because I wasn't worried about it at the time. I just wanted to record it for taking notes. And that's why we say stuff in here that's not safe for work. So there's some very some very colorful language, maybe is the best way to put it, in parts of this. But this is a Navy SEAL, a former Navy SEAL, talking about his experience to go out and kill some rogue Bigfoot. Just that's in case you're wondering what it is you're listening to. And this is just him talking and telling me what happened. So here we go.
So we're setting up camp, and of course this particular officer is giving us orders, and we're getting everything set up, and we end up just being on the top of this, like a plateau. I wouldn't say we were on the summit of a mountain, but we were on like a lot of flat area or semi-flat area of a mountain. So we're sitting, I'm like, sitting, like doing like leaning up against a tree, overlooking, like playing, like I'm, we're in formation, and like we're getting ready to do a operation or do something. You know what I mean? It was a lot of dead time. So we're there for I'm going to say a good 3 hours. So now it's about 5 o'clock. About 5 o'clock ish. A truck rolls up. A And this is where I get to where I know where I'm at, because this truck rolls up. It was a white Suburban, um, with Pennsylvania tags. So I'm looking at my buddy Danny. I pointed to the tags, and I'm looking at this vehicle, and this guy comes out, and then he's rushed off, and he's going. It was two guys. They leave, and they go into the tent. They go into this tent area with the commanding officer and a couple E6s and an E7. And they're in there. I'm like whispering over to Danny. I'm like, hey, check that out. So I said we're and Danny happens to be from Pennsylvania. He's from Pittsburgh. I'm like, dude, look. I said we're in Pennsylvania, man. I mean, what's going on? So I'm going to say about a half an hour goes by, and they're in there. They're in there talking. I have no clue what's going on. At this point, I'm still acting like I'm on guard duty, looking for, who knows what, or what. I still have no clue on what the hell is going on. But like I said, a half an hour goes by, and we're brought in. We huddle up, and they say, this is what's going on. They said there's been a report of some missing couple with a child that were supposedly reported in this area. So he goes, we're gonna go and help these guys out. And one of the guys says, well, he was asking the question. He's like, well, where are we headed to, where are we going to, because we want to know, he's trying to get a bearing on what the hell is going on here. And, and he was asking, well, is there a search party here already going on? And the officer just looked at him and said, as far as he knew, there was. But and this is where I'm looking back on it. I thought it was a little ironic. If somebody had been missing, we didn't see any, search and rescue guys, or didn't see any helicopters, or no helos were flying in the area or looking around or nothing. We didn't see anything like that. And then when the guy said, well, how long, was trying to get information, the more information we have, the more, we're better off. We were asking for description of what they had on, and are we looking for a black couple, a white couple, Hispanic, the basic questions.
Make sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon if you want to be notified of any future shows.
How long have they been missing?
Feel free to leave.
Reported missing, blah, blah, blah. So they break us up. We already broke up, and we have 3 teams of 5. And one of the teams, we stayed within a half a click of each other. And we spread up. We went, had one group that was going north, and then we had one going east, or one north, and then one east and one west. And we really didn't have one going south, because we just didn't have. We were like in a diamond formation going through the woods. But what threw me off was the 2 guys. Okay, the 2 guys that were in that white vehicle. Okay, they go in the back of the truck. Okay, and they pull out this, to me it looked like a TV antenna. Like a small handheld, old school. You remember the old school antennas that were strapped onto chimneys back in the day. Yeah, well, yeah, like, I guess that's, if you want to call it, yeah, that's yeah, that's what it looked like. It reminded me of it was a tracking device. Yes, correct. Correct. Well, I'm not. I mean, even to this day, I'm not. I'm not. Well, I'm not familiar with what that stuff is or what that. I'm not familiar with that. Well, everything that we ever use has always got. We had sat hookup, so every we didn't. That was to me. Right. So that we had we had sat link up, and to me that was some prehistoric shit. You know what I mean? I thought it was a little ironic. And this guy is with these two guys go with the team going on the forward team moving up. I'm thinking it, and again, I'm not saying nothing. I'm thinking, well, that's. I'm like, I mean, are these lost people got tracking devices or something on them? I'm like, I thought it was a little weird that this guy's got this, these headphones on, and he's got this antenna thing, and he's like standing around, and he's trying to pick up a signal on something. Which I thought, huh? Nah, it was a little bit bigger than a foot. It looked like. And let me. I'm so it had the of course it had the handle going up, a metal bar going across, and it had two, four, six, six, six look like wires going on each side of it. I wouldn't say it was that big, but it was close to that. It was more than a foot. You know what I mean? It wasn't. So I'm gonna say like maybe 18 inches to 20 inches on each side. These rods. It's got the main rod holder, and then it's got rods coming off of it. Six sets. Well, okay, all right. Now you're getting ahead of me here.
Okay, folks. Now, I cut out a lot of that. You see how he's like, well, I don't know. I don't think it was that, all of that kind of stuff. I cut a lot of that stuff out throughout, because there were several times I would ask him questions, and I'd say, "Oh, you mean this?" to pin him down. And like just there, he's saying, "I don't think it would be that big," or whatever. Because I'm trying to see, for instance, if he was lying to me about this, he probably would have said, "Oh yeah, yeah, yeah." You see, but no, he kept correcting me. And there was a lot of people that made comment on the original show. Now, oh, he's lying. He's full, he's full of crap, whatever. And I'm like, no, you don't understand. This is not the whole interview. There were other things said. There were other questions I asked him, and I'm certain that he wasn't lying because of the way he answered questions I asked him. And that was like a good example. So as you're listening to this, pay attention to when I'll try to pin him down on a detail, and he'll actually correct me. And sometimes I'll say, what is that, like when he's describing the Bigfoot, I'll say what is like the majority of everybody who ever describes a Bigfoot will say X. And I'll say, oh, you mean X? And he'd say, actually, no. And then he'd correct me. You do not, people don't make those kinds of details and corrections unless they're telling the truth, in my opinion. But y'all tell me, and then comment below after the show if you think the same thing I do, is that proves that he was giving me a memory. He wasn't making crap up. So back.
Okay, so I but to me, being an 18-year-old kid, and I'm sorry, that was nothing that I saw in my training. I'm like, my first thought was, I'm laughing. I'm like, well, look at this prehistoric shit. And then my second thought is like, who the hell are these two guys? And I want to ask that question. You know what I mean? My instincts are kicking off a little bit now. I'm like, well, you know, who the hell are these two guys, and where'd they come from, and how they know that we were there? That that's me. That's part of it's like I said, I'm fresh out of training. You know what I mean? I want to answer. I want the questions asked. But again, like I said, I'm a boot camp, so I'm keeping my mouth shut and going with the flow. So they go with the northern group. Um, I'm with the group that's behind them about a half a click. I'm to the west of them, and then there's a group to the like I said, there's another group of us to the east. So now at this point, these guys they're away from me. I have no clue what's going on. And I don't have comms. I don't have comms, but my squad leaders got comms with the leaders of the three groups. Um, so 1988. Yeah, it was in 88. Um, well, remind me please remind me after get done telling you this about the army thing because it's funny that you mentioned that too. But I'm sorry. No, I'm 49. Okay. All right. So now, and this is an important part that I totally forget. So before we go out, I'm full ammoed. I'm locked and loaded. I got everything. I got more toys than I ever need. I said, this is sort of overkill for just a training mission. No, no, it is not. Well, and so did the other guys too. And they're like, what, this is because I'm listening to the conversation between the guys. They're like, what, we've never had, what's up, what's up? Why do we, what's up with the live ammo? We've never had live ammo on a training mission. And now we're just looking searching for people, lost people. Why do we need ammo? 'Cause to me, I'm thinking too, is like, why the hell do I got to carry all the, because, I'm the low totem on the pole. I got to carry the extra ammo. Um, that shit's heavy, you know. But anyway, yeah, and that threw up. Um, no, not that I remember. Not that I remember. I had an M4, so I carried an M4. That was my choice of weapon. And a lot of the other guys. Yes. Um, some of the older school guys. I take that back. That's not true. They were actually a couple guys with 16s because they're the older school. They had been, they're veterans. They had been in, 6, 7 years. The M4 was still sort of brand new. In 1988, well, I wouldn't say brand new, but it was newer than the 16. But yeah. So some of the guys did have the 16. I take that back. Um, A1s. Um, yeah, so that brought up some flares too, and then I heard somebody say, well, the contractor said something about and I'm assuming they're contractors or whatever who these guys are. I don't know who these are. I'm gonna call them contractors because I still to this day I don't know who the hell they are. Yeah, they said, oh, there's bears. You can't be out here in the wilderness without. And I said, oh, well, I had a nine. I had a nine. I'm thinking, if a bear, uh, you make enough noise. I'm not a city guy. I mean, I came up in around the country area, so I didn't grow up in bear habitat, but you know, I knew enough to know that if you make enough noise, bears are not going to want to mess with you. You know, I wasn't really, I'm not scared of bears. Or I wasn't scared of bears. At the time, I thought it was sort of it sounded legit, but now I look back on it, it was just, you know, it was lame as hell. But so now we're getting around. I'm going to say about 5:30 is 6 o'clock ish. Um, so being it was that late in the afternoon, we went ahead and we got, you know, I have night vision. You know, I have night vision because I'm not expecting to get back to HC until, you know, after dark. Um, so I took it, you know. I think maybe only a handful of us had it at the time. A lot of the older vets didn't carry it, didn't, you know, they didn't see the point in it, but they didn't have it at the time. Now I look back at it, it's pretty funny. I think I was the only one that had it on the helmet at the time. They didn't even have it attached to their, you know, they had it, but they didn't have it hooked up to their helmet at the time we were going out into the field. So anyway, so the team's ahead of us, and we're in the mountains in Pennsylvania. I have no clue where the hell I'm at in Pennsylvania. I do remember being in the brush, or you know, the forest or wilderness or whatever, however you want to call it. I do remember.
Y'all tell me in chat if you still hear this. My app crashed and I had to reopen it.
Trail markers for hikers. So I asked Danny. I said, I mean, I was like, dude, you got an idea where we're at? He was thinking maybe we were near Allegheny or near the Appalachian Trail. We were close to the Appalachian Trail, or you know, or that we were on the Appalachian Trail. And I'm sorry, to this day, I can't confirm or deny the fact that that's where we were, but that's where we got an idea. It was just his hypothesis or his educated guess on when he thought we were where we were at. Because the markers just have numbers on the trails. There's no, you know, welcome to so and so park. But at this point we've gotten in, you know, a couple miles in the woods, and I just thought it was still ironic that you know, if there was a search for this family, why haven't we still, to this point, I have still not come across any search and rescue or volunteers or any type of first responders. I'm still not hearing helicopters. There's no I've still not heard a helicopter since we were dropped off. Yeah, which I you know, to me it was awfully odd, you know, and I don't know. I mean, like I said, I'm 18. I don't know much about search and rescue, but I would think that there would be, you know, something more than just us in the vicinity looking for these particular people. Um, so we take a we take a break. We get it. The five of us were, you know, the comms are quiet. It's not much going on. Say we stop and huddling around a like a little clearing out in the middle of the forest here, and it's quiet. You know, we're just sitting there bullshitting, and we're actually complaining about this bullshit. Talking about, you know, we could be with our girlfriends, or you know, blah blah blah. You know, this is, you know, it's a crock of shit what we're doing out here, and nobody still has a clue what's going on. I'm going to say about half an hour, 45 minutes after that, I could hear loud voices on. I could hear the comms to the guy's ear. He's got the earpiece in with the mic. You know, I could hear. You know, it was so loud that I could hear it through his guy screaming. And he's like, calm down, tell us where you are, and I guess he's giving him where he's at, and we're supposed to, you know, he's talking to our spotter, or our the guy he's got a map, and you know, we're trying to, you know, figure out where they are, and like I said, they're about a half a clip to 3/4, almost to a full, you know,
all right, lay
mic
down.
away from us. So
Lay down.
we started heading in that direction. And as I get closer,
Go lay down.
I start hearing gunfire. And so of course my heart's beating like a mile a minute. I'm like, why is there, these guys are shooting at a bear or something. What the hell's going on? But and at first, and now that I look back at it, but at first, it was actually all 5 of the guys were actually firing. So of course, we're running towards where the gunfire's at, and so we get to these guys. These guys are all looking. They're overlooking a. Um, we're basically almost like at the base of this mountain, and they're looking up, and of course we get there, and the guys like, what the fuck's going on? What the hell's going on here? Um, and then one of the guys says, he's freaking. He's like, he goes, a fucking big ass bear was throwing rocks, and he looks at him. He goes, come on, man, you guys are full of shit. And everybody's like, oh no, this thing's throwing rocks, and he's like what, pebbles or he goes, no, it's throwing big ass rocks, and I'm thinking they're bullshit too. But when we're at that base of this base of this mountain, and there's pine trees and there's the pine needles and stuff, and um so it looks, there's rock all over the place. So what I mean, it's not like I could look and see, well, there was no, like, in my opinion, misplaced rock. I thought, maybe it's just, so I'm thinking, it's just some shit maybe falling down the side of the mountain, normal. No, these 5 guys are swearing up and down that there's it was a bear throwing rocks at them. Um, Now I started concentrating on these 2 guys with that antenna thing that I was talking about, and they're frantic. They're not. I'm sorry, Rick. They're not frantic like they're scared. They're like trying to move this antenna around and try to pick up where the sound, this beat. And the guy's like, well, yeah, we need to go this way, this way, this way. He was pointing us. And now the 10 of us there was only, at this point now, there's 10 of us. The East group is not caught up with us yet. So they radioed to the East group that they're saying that we're going to move a couple clicks or a half a click in this direction, meet us there at this, we'll rendezvous at this particular, at these coordinates. So and I'm watching one of the guys, and he's like, he's sort of he's sort of pale almost looking, and he's sort of freaking out, and he's like, and I'm thinking to myself, being a special forces guy, you would think he's seen, he's pretty much he's seen this shit, you know what I mean? Or he's been, he was really, I thought he was abnormally nervous for being a special operations guy, and me, I mean, my anxiety was up a little bit, but I wasn't, I was more freaked out over the gunfire than I was actually thinking, I'm thinking the shit's actually semi funny, and these guys thinking that bears are throwing rocks at them. So as we're walking to this particular, we're walking to the new coordinates. He was talking, I hear one of the guys talking. He goes, man, he goes, that bear was fast as shit. He goes, I've never seen a bear run that fast. And he was running on 2 legs. And I'm thinking to myself the whole damn time, is the bears don't run on 2 legs. They stand on 2 legs, but they don't run on 2 legs. And thankfully, another guy that, a guy from Colorado, um, which I didn't know at the time. I found out later was from Colorado. He's like, he's been around. He said, man, I've been around bears all my life. I've never seen him run on 2 feet. He goes, you sure it was a bear? I said, you guys are seeing shit. Something's just not right. And this is the conversation on to going to this particular rendezvous point where we're going to be, all 3 teams are going to get together. So now we're getting right around dusk. It's starting to get a little. It's not completely dark out yet, but it's getting it's getting darker in the wooded areas. So we're working around the base of this the the mountain. We're not going up the other mountain, but we're just going down pretty much in the valley between the valleys of these two mountains. Um, so as we're walking there and the conversation's going on, and I remember the guy with the antenna thing was like telling us, he wanted us to, wanted quiet. So we were told comms, no comms, and we were, basically shut up. So this guy could do whatever the hell he was doing. So about 15, 20 minutes goes up. He looks at the other guy because I got a signal. I got a hit. We got to go this way. You got to go this way. And it, and Rick, this is what I don't understand is that whole time is like nobody asked the question like what a hit on what. You know what I mean? That to me, I thought, when I look back on it, nobody was asked the question on what the fuck are you hitting? What are you talking about a hit? Hit on what?
So these guys with the DF equipment, were they civilians?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the guy here we are in full camo. I'm geared. We got, we and these guys are, and the one guy was in khaki pants with hiking boots and a like an Azad shirt, and the other guy was in jeans and a flannel shirt. Yeah, it was yeah, it was totally weird, to see. And I'm sure if anybody saw us out in the woods and you see this, you see all this military around with two guys standing in the middle of us with this piece of equipment looking, they're civilians, look like everyday people. So anyway, he gets a hit. And
Yeah, good night, Teresa. And I just want to let y'all know I just checked, and we've had over 100.
I'm going to say we were.
Just a second. Had over 100,000 infected in the United States and almost 2,000 deaths.
Following this guy.
China had a little over 3,000 total, and only 81,000 infected. So
we're standing around, and
we're on the leaderboard as far as infected, and it looks like we're probably going to make the leaderboard as far as deaths as well.
That had a all I could see was it had like a light on it that had a needle that went back and forth. Does that ring a bell to you?
Yeah, it's just a signal strength meter.
Is that what I had no clue on what that is. I do remember it was like it looked like a CB radio, basically is what it looked like. It had a couple knobs on it and then this big window, like a semi big piece of plastic with a white background that had a red needle that was going back and forth.
Yeah, it's just a receiver with a signal strength meter.
Okay, so anyway, the guy loses signal and so we're all stopping and we're just waiting. And then all of a sudden he says he says he has it. He has a signal again. So we go running again, and we're not running, but we're moving at a steady pace, keeping up with this guy. This guy was not. I'm going to say at that time he was in maybe his mid 40s. He wasn't in. These two civilian guys were not in the best of shape. They weren't. No triathlon type of guys. They weren't skinny, but you could tell they got the that middle aged belly going. So they weren't that, they weren't in great shape, in my opinion.
So they seemed like lab weenies?
I'm sorry?
They seemed like laboratory weenies?
Yeah, nerdish. Very nerdish. Very nerdish about them. They did, and ironically enough, one had, one guy actually reminded me of the guy from Home Improvement. What's his name? Al. That's what he looked like. He had, he looked like that guy. But he had, they did have a sidearm on him. They both each all had, one had a 45 and the other one had a, which I thought was ironic for bear. He was telling us about bear in the woods, and he had a piece of shit Colt.
What, like a 1911?
Yeah, well, I don't think it was it wasn't a 45. It looked like
a revolver.
Huh? Huh? Revolver.
Oh, okay.
Like a old 38, like a snub nose 38. Yeah, it was not. It looked like it actually looked like a the old guns the police departments used to have, military issue. Um,
Like a 38 special or something, right?
right. It was, it was to me. I'm laughing. I'm thinking, here we are with all this. We have all this weaponry, and here he is with that. To me, in my opinion, was a pea shooter for bear.
So they weren't even 357s. You're pretty sure they were like a 38 special.
Nah, the like a nah, the no, nah, no, they weren't. They look like to me. If I remember correctly, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say they were 38s. They were not. It was not modernized weaponry that they had. It looked like like I said, it looked like some police issued type of handguns that they were.
Like the old Car 54, where are you? Skinny, little, scrawny looking revolver.
Right. The holsters that they were in were really worn, and you know what I mean. It looked like they'd been through the ringer. Um, if I was a betting man, I don't think that either one of these two guys have ever shot a weapon in their entire lives.
Maybe it was just so they could shoot themselves if they got a hold of them.
Anyway, so so we're in the middle of this valley. Okay, we're going, in an upwards. We're going up as he's following the signal. He lost a hit. Then he picked it back up again, and like I said, we were following it, and we come to a it was very thick. It was very thick type of brush, and then there's I could see from about maybe 30 yards away from me, 40 yards away from me, like an opening to like a cave area. He looks at the guy. He goes, man, he goes, I got a signal, but it's faint. So the lead guy, one of our lead guys from the first group, the guy who's on point, he's like, he goes, you mind telling us, basically what the fuck's going on here? What are we looking for? He goes, well, when we find it, we just need you guys to have on, be on point and be ready and be prepared for anything. And he's like, what do you mean when we find it? I said, he goes, we're under the understanding we're out here looking for a family, a mother, father, and a son. And still, even at this point, Rick, and I'm thinking there's flags going up, and there's flags going up with these other guys. It's like we still haven't got a description of what these people look like.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Johns Hopkins is what I've been using.
We were just told it's 3 people: a man, woman, and a child. We don't know if they're black, white, Hispanic. We don't know what kind of clothes they have on. We don't know nothing. We were still in the damn dark over this, at this point, the guy's talking, and I'm behind him now, and I'm looking at another guy that's been, he's like an E5 or whatever. And I'm looking, I said, man, is this normal? And he's looking at me. He doesn't say nothing. He just shakes his head, man. He's like, and shrugs his shoulders, like he's like even like, what the fuck is going on here? So he tells him, he's like, he goes, well, when we find it, and he kept saying, and he said it, this guy, this E6 that was the leader of this patrol, is like, what do you mean it? We're out here looking, for supposedly people, right? He goes, well, yeah, them too. And he goes, well, do these people have a tracking device on them or something? He goes, well, why would lost people have, the people that are missing? Why would they have a tracking device on them? And the guy looks at him, and he's hesitant on wanting. He doesn't want to. You can tell he's starting to get perturbed. You don't want to answer any of these damn questions, But this guy's fine. This guy's been around. He's not. We're not going to walk into, whatever the fuck he's got going on here. He's starting to ask questions now. It's like, what do you mean it? He kept asking him, what do you mean it? What do you mean it? The guy kept deferring it. He didn't want to come out and basically say what the hell we were out here looking for. He goes, well, when we find it again, and I'm sorry if I'm sounding redundant, but I got to do it as it's popping in my head. He won't say what it is. So now it's getting right around. I'm saying it's getting close to 8ish. So 8ish, 8:20s around that area. So the guy's got the signal. And we're outside, like I said, about 30, 40 yards away from this cave, like a cave entrance. It's not a big cave, but you could tell that to me, it looked like maybe an old mining entrance, like a mine entrance that could have been used for mining coal at some point. That was my first thought. And then I looked around. There was no logging trails or no roads going to this. It was just, there was nothing leading to this. It was, a lot of thick brush, and then you could see the black hole adjacent to the rock basin. So there was no, like I said, there was no cave, or there was no, no, not cave, but there was no roads or anything going into this particular spot. So my my squad leader
Yeah,
pulls
it's
this guy up.
buffering. I don't know why.
So often they go
There it
away
goes.
from the rest of us, and I guess he's trying to figure, he's trying to get this guy to open up about what the hell's going on. So we're all in position. We got our guns pointed out in the middle of nowhere, like we're on guard. Of what we have no clue. I started smelling what I thought. I wouldn't say, and bear with me. Like I said, this is 1988. I wouldn't say it was skunk, but it was close to like almost like a sulfur type of, like, in urine type of smell. It's not skunk. Skunk is, it's strong and it sticks with you. This was sort of faint. You know what I mean? It would come, you would smell it, and then it would like disappear, and then all of a sudden we'd smell it. I would smell it again. And of course, like a dumbass, I'm not asking questions. I just figured it was something coming out. It was maybe stagnant water or something was in that cave. That was my thought. Maybe it was just coming from that, or because it had that kind of stagnant, like, water smell, like swamp. It's, I guess it's the best way I can describe it. It's like a swamp, like almost like swamp gas. But it would come and go. You get a strong whiff of it, and then it would, like I said, it would go faint, and then you wouldn't smell it for a couple minutes, and then it would smell it again. But so now at this point, the group that was off to the east is now rendezvoused with us. And it was ironic that when they were coming in, like, yeah, you guys smell that shit? He goes, man, what the hell is that, man? It sounds like it smells like a sewer system around this place, man. He goes, what the, the lead guy that was part of that patrol in the east was like, you guys smell that shit? And I'm sort of cracking up now because I thought I was the only one that was smelling it, But and we're joking about it, we're laughing about it, making making lewd comments and stuff.
So you said there were 3 squads of you out there, right? 3 squads of 5.
Yeah, 3 groups of 5. Yep. At that time when we left the field, there was the commanding officer of that operation was still at HQ. So at this time it's just the 15 of us out there, which is odd too. I think it might be one of maybe 5 times in my 14-year career that we actually were that many of us in one area. That wasn't common either. That's not common at all for us.
Okay, well, let me take about 2 minutes and grab a cup of coffee, and just so you know, so you can relax your hand, I put you on voice activated so you can switch off of the push to talk if you want to.
Oh, sweet. Thanks.
I'll be right back.
So you can actually hear me hitting the push to talk because I thought I was on push to talk, but I forgot my webcam was actually recording me. So there is the current statistics for the United States. 104,000 confirmed, 1,000. Hold on, let me mute my speakers here. 1,700 deaths, 800, only 894 recovered. So that's the thing I was watching in China too. It took a very long time for people to recover before the recovery numbers went up.
Go lay down. Go lay down. Go on. You good girl. Go lay down. Go lay down. Good girl.
It's going to start back up here in a minute. I went to get coffee, and like I said, this wasn't an official interview. I was recording a conversation I was having with this guy. So just give it a minute. This is what happens when you listen to the raw, unedited version.
Good girl. All right, John, I'm back. Go ahead. Are you there?
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. You know what? I didn't set up. Hold on a second. Let me fix this. Voice video. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, he had a Black Widow.
Okay, cool.
he's actually
we were
gone now. He
at, like,
died about
I think
2
where I
months
stopped
after
off,
that.
we were all together, and my patrol leader, squad leader. Yeah, that's what I really call him at the time, but I'm saying it so I don't give myself away here. So he's off. Like I said, he was off talking to these two civilian guys, and the leader of my group, went and rendezvoused with him, and then I guess they called the other leader of the East Squad. I'm gonna call them the East Squad over, and they're all huddled up and talking, and they're surrounded and talking to this guy, and so I guess 10 minutes later they start walking towards the cave area, and we were told to stay put. No problem. At this point, I'm figuring they're gonna go look in this cave or whatever, and we're gonna move the heck on. So we're sitting there, and we're being quiet and just listening, and just waiting for our next orders. And then and some time went by. It was a good 10, 15 minutes later, and one of the guys comes out of the cave, and he
Yeah, good night, Ruptured Doug. Thanks for
called out a
coming by.
name for a couple of the other guys to come in and join him in there, and they go, he's like, hurry up, get your ass over here, blah blah blah, I need you over here. And then again, this is now it's getting close to dark. So some time goes by, and they come out, man. This guy's like sort of, it's got this, one of the guys comes out, and he's got out of the cave, and he's got this like this perplexed type of look on his face, like that, like he's seen a ghost type of thing. So one of the guys was asking him, he's like, hey, what's going on? What's going on in there, man? He goes, man, you won't believe the shit that's in there. He goes, man, there's all kinds of stuff in there. There's like he was talking about coolers that were there was coolers in there, and like pairs of pants, candy wrappers. I'm trying to think of everything that he was talking about.
Sorry, folks, I fat fingered the button
So
again.
one of the guys says, well, with somebody squatting on the place, or they thought he was like, it's probably some like homeless mountain man or some guy living in the damn thing. And he goes, well, yeah, maybe. He goes, but he goes, the way shit's scattered everywhere, and it stinks so bad in there, man. He goes, it's all, it smells, it smells like he goes, that's probably where the smell's coming from. He goes, it's awful in there. You know what I mean? It's, it almost makes you want to puke. He says, almost like a rotten egg type of smell in there. So these guys were in there for a while, and I never, I'm going to state right now, I never went in and saw what was inside the cave. I wasn't, I never got to, I wasn't invited in part of the clique to go in there and to see, to examine and see this myself. So some time's going by, and and they we have a crypto guy with us. They call him in there, and I guess he's taking he went in there and he was taking pictures or whatever. I don't know what he was exactly what he was doing in there. I'm just assuming that he was in there, called in there to take pictures of the scene or whatever. So again, I'm not saying nothing, or I'm just listening to the conversations between a couple of the guys that were out there with me standing guard while these guys were in the cave. And he was asking him questions. He's like, again, he was like, well, are there, they finding the missing people in there?
So did he ever indicate how much clothing he found?
Not specifically. He just said it mattered.
You said what now? You broke up.
Wasn't it what was really, because now that you mentioned it, I thought it was really odd. Is he says he goes, it wasn't, he never saw a complete pair of shoes. It was like a boot or a one boot or one little shoe or a sandal. You know what I mean? It wasn't a complete set,
Yeah.
if that makes sense. And then one of the guys, asked me, is there any blood or, was there blood or anything around? And he says, no, the floor of the cave had like a reddish clay on the, like a reddish type of clay. It was moisture. It was awfully moist, a lot of moisture in that particular cave, with like a reddish clay with rock, like red soil. Matter of fact, now I'm thinking about it, I can recall when he came out, his boots had the like a mud, like a reddish mud around the bottom of his shoes. But they kept, asking. He's like, he goes, it was sort of freaky. It was like something he saw from like you would see from like a horror film. Like, oh, is there bones in there? Or, so like, somebody was making jokes like, is there some, propped up guy with a skeleton in there with a guy with a bottle of Jack in his hand or something, you know what I mean? But the guy was, he seems pretty freaked out about it. He was not freaked out to the sense that, that I was, he was hysterical or anything like that. It's just, you could tell there was like concern on his face about it.
Did he say that there were bones in there or not?
No, he did not. I honestly don't remember him. I do remember that being asked, and he did not answer that question. So I don't recall them. I don't recall him answering that question directly. But I do remember it being asked, and
well, did he seem like he didn't want to answer, or he was ambivalent either way?
To me, Rick, I think I because he was being bombarded by the questions, I think he didn't have a trying to get his bearings and trying to figure out or try to process. He was in that processing mode type of thing. To me, is the best way I could describe it.
I mean, to the point of being almost shocky.
Yes. Yeah, that's a good.
Sorry, folks, I keep hitting that stupid button.
Like he was in shock. You know what I mean?
Well, it must have been pretty substantial then if he was in shock.
But I wouldn't say it was like, it wasn't a shock that we had to, he was going to, like, it was.
Yeah, I don't mean like he has to be wheeled out on a gurney. I mean, but, in order for a special forces guy, or anyone military really who's been tactical, to be in shock, to where almost dumbfounded, like, it had to be something substantial in there.
I think that's the better of the analogy of it. I think he was more dumbfounded. To me, like I said, to me, and I'm trying to picture it in my head now, and the look that he had, it was like, to me, he was trying to process what he saw, and try to answer. To me, it was like he was trying to answer it in his head, like, but I do remember him. I do remember him looking back at one of the guys, the guy that was that I'm assuming, what I find out later was actually closer to him. He looked at it and he goes, man, it reminds me of 10 City. And I didn't understand what 10 City meant, but I guess they had done an operation in Ethiopia, and the 10 cities were, they had done something in Africa in the 10, they call them 10 cities. It's the poor villages or whatever. They were
And this guy was in there too?
No, that guy was not in there. There was only there was the 2 civilians, the 3 squad leaders, and the guy that was a crypto tech. This is the guy that the crypto tech is the guy that came out and he was being barraged by questions.
So who was it that made the comment about Tent City if he hadn't been in there?
He was. He made that. He looked over. He looked at over one of the guys because he goes it was worse than Tent City in there.
Well, that would be substantial then.
Not 10. I'm sorry, Rick. It's not tent. It's 10. TIN.
Oh, okay, all right.
And then, which I later found out, some time, later that when they were talking about Tent City, it was somewhere in Africa that they came across. I believe in Ethiopia, they call it Tent City. It's basically a slum in Africa. He goes, it reminded him of that, is what it reminded him of.
Well, in other words, it's like an area where people use junk and stuff to set up houses. I forget what the word is. It's gone out of my head, but that's what he's talking about. It was basically a whole junky, trashy area, and that was even worse.
Right. So I'm thinking, we're dealing with some SWAT, maybe it was an area that hunters might have spent the night at, and they might have just trashed the area. But that quickly went away when he was talking about the shoes, and the fact that there was no complete set of shoes. There was always he mentioned the fact that there was a child shoe. And I'm thinking to myself, what hunter, I hunt, and I don't remember ever taking my kids and them losing their shoes, and I would never take a small child with me on a hunting trip. You know what I mean? To me, that didn't make sense.
Did he tell about how old the kid would have been? We're talking toddler or school age?
Brought that question up, because that question was asked. That question, well, what kind of kids do? Are we talking, a small, a 10, 11, 12? He goes, no, he was saying maybe like between maybe 4 and a 6-year-old.
Wow. So like a toddler.
Right. And he said, and another thing that he pointed out about the shoe that brought flags up to me too at that time was the fact that he said it looked like it was sort of fresh. It hadn't had any discoloring to it, hadn't formed any mold or anything like it. It looked almost semi-new. It didn't look like it had been there for a while, like it had been placed there recently within 6 months period or whatever. It doesn't look like it'd been outside for a very, very long time.
But at this point, there was no sign of violence, blood, that kind of thing.
That was asked, and he said he did not see that. He did not answer that question.
Okay, so there's no answer either way, one way or the other.
Yeah, there was no answer to the blood, or there was no answer when he was questioned about the bones. But the bones, when they were talking to him about the bones, they were the guys were sort of joking about it. You know what I mean? They were thinking we'll find some old skeleton and with facial hair and a bottle of Jack leaning against the wall or whatever. You know what I mean? Some old guy dying there or something. So it was it was sort of they were trying to. They could tell he was sort of stressed. They were just trying to break the ease and sort of joke with him a little bit. That's the way I took it. I like I said, I don't know this guy. I've only known these guys 3 days. So I don't know these guys well enough to pick up on facial expressions or. I just didn't really have a vibe on these guys yet. These guys, they've been, some of them have been together for, 7, 8 years, and a couple of them have been together for 4 or 5. And Danny, and to be honest, at that time, Danny and I were we were the rookies. We were the brand new guys, like I said, it's 3 days that after I had just gotten there that I'm now in the middle of the forest with in a valley between two mountains with 15 guys that I really just didn't really know that well. So I wasn't in that position to be able to joke with them, and I was just not fully comfortable with them where I could where I felt like I could ask questions, and or I just was not part of that. I wasn't part of the clique yet. I didn't feel like I was initiated enough to be able to or have the
Yeah, his friend Danny is the one that got injured really bad, and then he basically lived the rest of his life in a hospital and died like 10 years later.
the entitlement to question or really. So I was more observant than I was anything, and then of course you're playing things through your mind. I didn't think it was that. To me, I wasn't in a panic mode or scared or anything. I just thought it was we just basically came across a hunter's dumping spot is way I took it. Until the shoe comment came up, and um, and at that point, I didn't even have kids at that time, but I still thought there was a flag that hey, wait a minute, why would there be a toddler shoe in this cave? You know what I mean? Um, so these guys are in there for a while. Um, the guy that was out there talking to us, he was called back in. Um, they yelled over to him, bring him back in. He went back in there. I think they were in there for another, I don't know, maybe 15, 20 minutes. And now it's in the woods now. It's dark, but you can see on the outside of the wood line that there was still a little bit of light. I could still, make out the faces of the guys around me. You know what I mean? Completely dark yet. All right, so bump this along a little bit. So they come out of the cave. And I remember the squad leader from the North group was asking you, like, he goes, so now what? What do we got going on? The guy that had the antenna thing didn't have the headphones. He had them around his neck.
This
and
is
then he
where
put
it
them back
really gets
on, and
interesting.
he's doing the swaying, going left and right. And, he hadn't picked up a signal. He claimed that he didn't pick up a signal of anything. So I'm thinking to myself, well, okay, I have no clue what the hell's next. So they're like, well, they're talking amongst themselves, maybe we should split up again. And, they're looking at a map and trying to divide on, how we're going to split us all up. Or how we're going to, try to cover ground to try to find this family. And now looking back at it, and I thought about this a lot too. Is again, I hate stressing about it, but it's to this point we still don't know what in the hell the family. We don't know what we're looking for. I guess they just assumed that we run across the people in the middle of the wilderness, and those were we're assuming that those would be the lost people. So they, I guess they had the meeting of the minds, and they decided that we were going to split up. The North group was going to keep going further into the valley, and the East group was going to continue to the east of the valley, and we were going to stay to the west of the valley and follow the valley up. Now, and I'm thinking, well, it made sense to stay within the valley, because if you were lost, I would think you would want to be where you want to be in cover, and not up in the mountain where you didn't really have much cover. Because to me, it didn't look like there was a lot of tree coverage in this particular. You would be exposed. So I guess I'm just assuming, or trying to second guess my squad leaders, thinking that they're lost in the valley here. And we were there was a stream from one of the guys was talking about. Well, yeah, there's a stream in this area, a small creek. Maybe they're there. They're thinking maybe they're going to be near a water source, which made sense to me at the time. But so we started taking off, and it's pretty uneventful for about an hour. There was an occasional comms here and there, not very brief comms. Basically, oh, you guys okay? Blah blah blah. Where you at? The northern squad leader was keeping point at basically where we were, and we were not even a half a click away from each other. So I'm going to say about maybe an hour and 15 minutes went by. It was I'm thinking maybe it's around 10 o'clock-ish or so, at the middle of the night. It was quiet. It was actually very eerily quiet.
So let me ask this real quick. What time was it when the bear was throwing the rocks?
I'm going to say that was right around maybe 6, 7-ish, right around 7-ish time.
So what time of year was this? Did
7:30-ish.
Did it get dark around 9:30, 10 o'clock, or what?
This is we were there. I remember it being warm, so if I remember correctly, I'm going to say this is like the early part of August. There was a lot of foliage. The trees were full in bloom. It was a lot of there was a lot of growth. So I don't remember it being a little warm.
So
Yeah. So this had to be. It's like maybe around the 8th or 9th of August.
so
Because I'm trying to remember when I got stationed there. It was 3. Yeah, it was the. I'm going to say it was either the 8th or the 9th of August.
so the sun
88.
the sun didn't go down until like 9 o'clock, 9:30.
Right. It was more like, I think to me, while we were in the woods too, I thought I got darker a little bit earlier to me, because I'm going to say almost quarter to 9. It was dark.
Well, the mountains would block the sun if you were in a valley.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was not. Yeah, exactly. But I'm gonna say a good hour and 15, maybe hour and 20 minutes went by. Nothing was very uneventful, and I'm thinking to myself, we're basically, just beating. We're not gonna find these people, or I'm just going through the motions. You know what I mean? I'm doing what I'm, just doing my job. I was actually sitting there, I was thinking about and recollecting what he was talking about, what they found in the cave. So an hour or so goes by, and the comms go haywire again. And my squad leader he's like, oh my God, we need
Okay, there's another 4 hours to go in this conversation, people.
now. And of course,
You might as well
we have to
sit
huddle
back and
together
relax.
because we need the guy that's got the map. We're like, well, where are they at? And, we're trying to figure out where these guys are at. They said they're around here. So we're scooting trying to get to them. I guess I'm about maybe.
Sorry, I meant 3 hours, not 4
maybe
hours.
200 yards from them, and gunfire erupts. And I can hear like even over the gunfire, and this area I can hear trees, like trees being broken. And this loud like roar. It was a loud roar. It was actually bone chilling roar. Now at this point, now my adrenaline's running, and I have no clue what I'm running into. Like I said, I was 200 yards away. We're all at this point. We're rushing to get to the rendezvous point. I even flipped my, because it was dark and I had limbs smacking me on my helmet and on my face, and I was going to put the night vision down. I put the night vision down, and it sort of gave me that. It was sort of gave me that tunnel vision. So I was afraid to run in that because I really didn't have any peripheral vision. My eyes had adjusted to the dark well enough that I was managing pretty good through the woods, and I was still hearing the sound. The firefight was not very long. It was I'm going to say it lasted less than maybe 3 minutes. We rendezvoused with them, and
Well-
hearing the guys screaming.
Well,
I'm sorry.
3 minutes is a long time to fire on an unarmed individual. I mean, 3 minutes, it took a lot to put him down.
Well, this is the reason why. This is the reason, and I agree with you, 100% right. This is the reason why. So I rendezvous with this guy, and these guys are like, "Did you see that shit? Did you see that shit? Can you fucking believe it? What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that?" It was that type of commotion going on. And my squad leaders asking, "Did anybody get eyes on it? Did anybody get a shot on it? Did anybody use it?" And they were saying that it was moving quick as shit. So nobody's confirming that they hit it, and this is the first time the whole fucking day I've actually asked, so hit what? I'm like, hit what? I'm like, and then I was interrupted by, senior guys were like, what the fuck are you talking about? It? What are you talking about? It? So the squad leader, so we're spread out. We got to find it. We got to find it. And again, nobody's answering the damn question. What do you it? So now he wanted us to group up.
Kind of sounds like that scene
He
in
didn't want us
Predator where they were
separated. We
shooting in
all
all
had to
directions
we
and
were
the
all
thing
in
was just
groups
too
of
fast
two.
to hit.
And we were supposed to he wanted to scan 100 yards of where we were now. So we broke a stick, and they hung it on the tree, so we had a point of where we were supposed to rendezvous to, and so we did a complete surveillance of a 100-yard area. So another 10 or 15 minutes goes by, and you hear one of the guys say, "I found it. I found it." So we, at this point, I'm not, I'm like, I'm excited. I want to know what the hell these guys are talking about. So we all rendezvous to where he's at. I asked, the squad leader says, "Hey, where's he at?" And now what I'm about to tell you in hindsight was probably stupidity on his fucking part. So we don't know where exactly where he's at. So he lit a flare. I can see the flare, and so I started running towards that to where he's at. So when I first roll up on him, the lighting is not that great. The flash, our flashlights are.
Is this a handheld flare?
I'm sorry?
Was that a handheld flare?
Yes. Yep. Handheld. Single shot flare. It wasn't a smoke. It wasn't a smoke flare. It was it wasn't a smoke grenade. It was a handheld flare. Shot not handheld, but you know what I'm talking about. The orange. It looks like an orange, or ours are actually black, but they're
like you put by your car when you have an accident, kind of thing.
Yeah. No. This is an air flare. It was shot up in the air.
Oh, okay. That's what I wanted to know. If it was an airborne.
Yeah, it was an air flare. Shot from a little handgun. It's like a little it looks like a toy handgun, but actually we use it for. It was used. Actually, to be honest with you, it's ironic that he had that because it's not something normal that would be carried out on a trip like that or on an operation like that. But he had one. Anyway, so I run up to, I get up to where he's at, and of course the flashlights are looking like lightsabers going off through the woods. And we get to him, and he goes, and he's like, man, he goes, check this shit out. All right. So he puts the flashlight down on this thing. Rick, this thing is probably the biggest damn thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Okay. It's laying down at this point. It's laying down on its face. It's got its left arm. It's laying on its hand, and the right arm was extended above his head. All right. It was on its stomach. So, of course, I had my gun aimed on it because I don't know if this is dead or not, or if it's playing dead or whatever. I wasn't sure at all. And matter of fact, I actually stepped off a little bit and listened to the other guys. One of the other guys stepped and got a little bit closer to it, and then he poked it, and there was no movement, or we established that this thing was not alive. We roll in. We're looking at this thing. It's like, what in the fuck is this? I'm 18 years old. I've never, I know I heard about Sasquatch, but I've never, I don't know shit about anything about this, about them. Back then there was not much information on them, except, I remember seeing the Gimli film, when I was a kid, like 12 or 13.
So was the hair close cropped or really long, like an Afghan or something like that?
The hair around the back was really close, like almost like a silverback gorilla, like around the back area around above the butt, like your lower back. And the hair on the back seemed really close, but the hair on the arms reminded me of like but the hair is not as long.
Reminded you of what? You broke up.
I'm sorry?
Reminded you of what? You broke up.
I'm sorry, Rick. I didn't hear you, man.
I said the hair on the arms reminded you of what? I didn't hear you because you broke up.
Oh, the hair on the arms reminded me of like Chewbacca from Star Wars.
Oh, so it was quite long, like an orangutan or something.
But not as long. You know what I mean? It was longer than all the other hair on the body, on the arms. I do remember that. And I remember seeing the right hand, the extended hand on the ground, and it was like the biggest hand I've ever seen in my life. It was huge. It was almost half the size of a damn basketball. It was so big, and his shoulders were so broad on this thing.
Did the fingers look normal, or did the four?
Yeah, they looked they were dry and pointy, almost like monkey, like it was an ape's like hand is what it reminded me of. It had like the dry crackliness. It was very dry and very coarse.
So
I mean, I didn't touch it.
So leathery looking.
At all, but that's what it looked like from what I could see from when the hand was extended, his it was like stacked, like he was cupping, you know what I mean? So the pinky was on the ground, and the three fingers were stacked up on top, and the thumb was down, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but what I mean is, did the hand look proportionate to a human, only just large, or did it look elongated like a monkey, like a chimpanzee or something?
No, to me they were elongated, like a chimpanzee. It had that natural, like a cup to it. To me,
so the palm was longer than a human.
I thought I mean, of course, yeah, it was longer, but I thought it had more of a curvature than a normal. Do you know what I mean? A curve up like a almost like a cup type form. Like it was like almost cupped. But at the time when this thing is dead on the ground, but it was, I don't know if that was just the way it fell, or
Yeah, I get it. Now that the hair on the ass, was that longer, and was there like fecal material all matted in it, or did it seem like it stayed fairly clean?
You know what? You got to give me a second here. I gotta head again, but I remember I thought it was ironic that the hair above the ass was shorter than the rest of to me, it didn't make sense. That looked a little odd. That was the first thing I saw. I'm trying to remember if I remember
I mean, it's okay if you don't remember. I'm just trying to find out what you might have noticed.
I remember the legs. I don't. I can't recollect whether or not. I really don't. I can't remember that. I can remember the features of the legs.
Well, that's cool. That's cool. I mean, I'm just trying to find out what you might have seen that you don't actually specifically remember. You might go, oh yeah, actually, now that you mention it, that kind of thing.
Nah, not when it came. I don't know why. It's like a block on that for some reason, and I don't understand why. It sort of bothered me because I remember the just the thickness and the detail and the. I remember the back being very muscular and the broad shoulders and just the.
Did you notice if the ass was muscular or just like a big pad?
To me, it was. I thought it was furrier. I didn't really see. I don't recall seeing a lot of detail. I remember. I think I was more amazed by the underlying muscle tone of this thing than I was anything. The biceps were just, even with the hair and the hair. When it's on the ground, this thing had.
And see, that's part of what I was trying to say earlier. Is I'd ask him questions, and he wouldn't give answers you would expect somebody who was lying to give. Like when I asked him, was its ass muscular, or was it just like a big fatty pad? Because Patty does not have a muscular butt. So it would have been easy for him to just give me an answer. You know what I mean? But instead, he was trying to remember, telling me he couldn't remember, blah, blah, blah. Somebody who was lying to me would have just said something. You know what I mean? That's kind of and that's what he does throughout when I question him about things. I mean, sometimes he says, oh, yeah. And then sometimes he disagrees and tells me something different. And usually it's something other than what you normally hear from like people who tell their stories. So if he was just making up a story based on what other people have said, he would give me the standard answers, right? That's part of why I believe what the guy's been saying.
Had a it was almost like a. It wasn't a dark color. It was a. It reminded me of almost like deer hair in the summer. You know how it gets that reddish. It's got a reddish look to it.
Have you seen my photo of the Bigfoot I saw?
No, I have not.
Okay, I'm going to post it up there. You keep going.
I can only see the back of its head. We hadn't seen its face yet. It had the dome shape, these broad shoulders, and I was actually amazed by the muscle tone that this thing had. I'm thinking, you know, what the. At that time, I was in about being in shape, and I'm thinking, you know, what the hell is this thing eating out here to maintain that protein level to have this muscular build?
Okay, look at the chat section. I just posted a picture. I did this in a 3D modeling program.
The hair was not as auburn as that. It was more of it had an orangier. That's the color I'm looking for. That's the best way I could describe it. It actually looked it was dark. It was darker on the arms, and almost like a orangish fringe. The tips, like the maybe 1.5 inches of the hair around it, around certain edges, had like a orange tint to it. I thought it was orange.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Maybe was it orange? Orange is not the color I'm looking for. It was two toned. You know what I mean? It was toned around the arm. It had a different color around the arms. And when we flipped it over, the face. Yeah, I'm looking at the face that you have here. The face, it was ironic because I thought the nose looked very human-like. It didn't have a gap as wide as that.
Yeah, actually, my nose is not correct because this was when the MS started to really affect me, and it was getting very difficult for me to do it. The nose I'm not happy with. Have you ever seen the black guy that played the father on Good Times, or he was the Charlie's father's lover or whatever? He has a really
James Olmos or James.
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah.
Its nose was exactly like his.
That's actually a pretty damn good analogy. That's a reference. Yeah.
The nose was exactly like his. I just couldn't get it right, so I just left it like that.
And I remember the eyes. The eyes had this. The eyes did not have any white in them. I don't remember seeing white in the eyes at all.
Well, I did because that's what drew me to the window when I was looking in the window. It was looking to my right at my cousin Teresa, so I could see the whites of its eyes, and I thought it was a reflection of something on the window. So, I mean, they don't have a lot, but it's there. At least the one I saw, you know.
This one had more. It didn't have bare face as this either. This one had a lot more hair around its lips, and its lips look almost to me like a almost human like, almost like a puffiness to it, like a like they were thick, like a slug, like a circular slug was around its mouth. It had a weird lips. They didn't look. I look at your picture and it more reminds me of a monkey. The only feature that reminded me of a monkey with him was his hands, his face. It did have that that strong brow, very very like cavemanish looking brow. I do remember that, but the eyes were almost like almost yellowish, almost actually not as deep as and intense as a owl, but it had like a yellow. I thought it was yellowish, like a maybe. Damn, I wish I could just.
You mean the eye color itself? You mean like a pit bull, maybe? Like a gold?
No, it was.
Were they dark or light or?
They were light, actually. They were very light. But I wouldn't say. Yes, I'm wrong there too. Because I hate this, man. I can see those eyes. I've seen those eyes a million times played into my head, and I can't describe them. And this is driving me crazy.
No, that's fine. That's fine. But you're saying the colored part of the eye took up the majority of the eye, if not all of it.
Yes.
Were the eyes only half open? Because usually when something like a person dies, their eyes stay like half open, like they're stoned or whatever.
No. No, these eyes were wide open. And matter of fact, it looked like it had like a state of shock on its face.
Well, that's possible because of the situation, I would imagine. Now, here's one thing that I see. There's a lot of Bigfoot illustrations out there. Like the BFRO has this sketch project or something. And one thing that I always see that they get wrong.
What's the what'd you say? What's the BFO?
The BFRO?
No, I don't know who they are.
That's Bigfoot Research Organization. That's Matt Moneymaker, the guy who did Finding Bigfoot and all that stuff. They got the biggest database, but they're doing a thing where they're doing photorealistic drawings of Bigfoots based on witness descriptions. But one thing that they always get wrong, at least according to the one I saw, because the one I saw, it was very it was something that really caught my attention, and that was the fact that you have the big brow, of course, but then down the sides of the eye, it was very skeletal, almost like the eyes were set back into a skull. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Yep. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. And I'm looking at. I should put your picture down because it's sort of screwing me up because I'm trying to compare it to that, and it's not really.
Yeah, don't get yourself messed up. Also, the cheekbones on the ones that usually people draw aren't correct. The one I saw, the cheekbones came out sideways a lot, like mine does.
So did this particular one that the one of. This gets deeper. Trust me, it is fucking mind blowing.
Well, then go on by all means.
The cheek, and this is important because I remember the cheeks being sort of like what you had there, but not as refined or defined as that. And like I said, the space between the nose and the chin was not the same as that. It didn't.
Are you saying the mouth wasn't as big as mine?
Oh, the mouth was big, but it didn't have the lip. It was not as thin lipped as that.
Well, honestly, I'll explain it later after you get done. But are you saying the distance between the nose and the bottom of the chin wasn't as long?
No, it didn't have. It wasn't flat like that. If you look at your picture, the upper lip and the space between that it wasn't well, it had hair there. There was no. It wasn't barefaced like that. There was hair around its face. Like it was white. It was almost like a. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought it was like it looked almost. Well, and it was white. It had whiteness around the upper and around. It actually reminded me that, now I'm looking at it. It actually reminded me of an older chimpanzee like type of hair around the mouth area. It didn't have. There was no skin. It was all hair.
Yeah, well, don't let mine screw you up, because my theory is that mine was an adolescent or a juvenile. It wasn't full grown.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I have never seen an adolescent one, so I've only I've seen two, and this is part of this story.
Go ahead, move on.
All right, so we're all standing around it, right? We're all we can't believe we can't believe this shit, and now the two civilian guys are telling us, they're getting sort of I want to say they're getting a little indignant.
Teresa, the
Telling us to
sound is
back
there,
off
so if
and
you're not hearing
get away
sound,
from
it's
it.
on your side
And,
somewhere. Try checking your volume.
And we're basically, we're just looking at these two chumps like, fuck you, this thing, this, the squad leader from Norcus, this thing could have killed us. Yeah, he's getting, they're getting a little bit of a,
Okay, before you go on though, how big, how tall, how wide, and how heavy do you think?
I'm going to say this thing was well over 8 feet. I'm going to say about 8'3", maybe 8'4". The broadness of his chest, I'm going to say, was damn near 5 feet. Easily could have been 5 feet. I think that it was, his chest was yeah. If I look at my knees to, it was about, it was 4 to 5 feet. It was huge. And a matter of fact, Rick, when it hit the ground, and as I'm going to tell you, as we moving the body, you can see the indentation in the ground. That's how hard he hit the damn ground. So I'm going to say this thing was well over 470. I'm going to say between 475 pounds to maybe even over 500. Had to be well over it, because he left an indentation in the ground, and it was the ground was pretty dry, and he left it, nice little dent in the ground. I was amazed about the size of the dent that it left in the ground.
Okay, now I'm going to ask you this. In my opinion, I think a lot of people severely underestimate the weight of these things. So I'm going to give you a reference. Andre the Giant weighed well over 500 pounds.
Then yeah, I'm way off. I gotta be. I gotta be way off then. If Andre the Giant weighed over 500, it had to be 657 maybe.
So was it cut?
Okay, let me put it this way. Okay, I told you when we first approached this thing that it had its arm extended up, the right arm was extended, and it had its face landed on its left hand. So its face is on its left hand. Okay, and it's almost, the head was turned to the left. Okay, his legs, his right leg was straight and the left leg was bent up in the air a little bit, just a tad, and his chest was completely on the ground. Okay, now I didn't touch it. Okay, I didn't touch it. I wasn't one of the guys, but it took 4 guys to roll that damn thing over. They tried to lift it at its shoulders. They were trying to lift it at its shoulders. 2 guys were on, actually the first time it was 2 guys. One was at the shoulders and one was at like the hip area. They were trying to roll it over. They couldn't lift it. So another guy jumped on the upper torso area, and the guy on the leg area, and they were on the hip area, and they got it over, but it took a minute or two to get that thing turned over. So I figured yeah. Now that you're saying, now that I think about that, you're probably right. It probably was in the 600-700 range. Then it had to be.
Well, in my opinion,
these guys are not little guys. Well built, very very athletic, very. These guys had some. They weren't weaklings. And they struggled to get that thing to turn over.
well, if you ask me, and I'm not trying to influence your testimony here, I would put that thing over 800.
I'm not a really good judge of that. I can only tell you what I do. It took 4 guys to flip that thing over, so you could very right. I can't deny or confirm that. I really can't. But I know how big it was.
But if I said that 800 sounds right, would you say you'd go with that? Or would you say, well, you wouldn't know, so I guess it doesn't matter.
I feel like I'm being dishonest if I say yeah, but I honestly just don't. I don't know, Rick. I can't. I don't know. We didn't weigh it. You know what I mean?
So we'll just say that it was a big bastard.
Yeah, and it took 4 guys to roll it over. Is what I'm talking about. And that there alone, I thought, well, holy shit, I mean, these guys are not weaklings. These were pretty stout guys. They're not. I remember looking back on it. And I've worked out with these guys. These guys were strong as shit.
So was it cut?
And they were stronger than I am. I'm not a small guy either. I was 6'1" at the time. I mean, at that time I was cut like a bag of dope, but I was at the prime of my training. But these guys were actually they were older than I am, but they were I'm not saying they were Adonis like, but they were not they were not weaklings, that's for sure.
So was the thing cut or did it have a pot belly?
I thought it was pretty cut. To me, it looked like it was cut. That was one of the main features I will never forget. It was the detail to them. It was, even the the lat muscles and the biceps, and you can't really see the triceps that well, but you can see there was a bulge in the triceps area, because there's so much hair there. The legs were just so the legs didn't have a lot of they were just they looked like a big ass barrel. You know what I mean? They didn't have a lot of detail in the legs, in the calf muscles. Oh my God, I remember the calf muscles being like huge. The belly area, I mean, there's hair there, so you see a cut there. I only seen the cut, in my opinion, was in the upper torso areas, and I just in the legs area. I remember the calves being huge.
When it was laying on its stomach, did you notice the traps and the rhomboids and stuff like that? Did it have like a really muscular built upper back?
Yeah, the traps were huge, man. Oh my God, it was like I said, I've never in my first impression, my very first impression, I thought we killed a giant. I really did. I thought we killed a fucking giant. It was.
So a lot of people.
And we're going to get to this point, but I was telling you earlier, the even through the gunfire, we could hear the trees breaking. When I saw the trees that this thing knocked over, and this thing was like a 2-legged bulldozer.
So the traps, a lot of people explain these things as not having a neck. And my theory is it does, it's just that it has massive traps.
Yeah, no, it's got a neck, but the reason they don't think it's got a neck is because those muscles come together, so they're so big there. Oh my God, yeah. they're wrong. They're totally wrong.
So like Arnold Schwarzenegger, they just have massive traps, and it makes it look like it doesn't have a neck.
That and the hair, there's so much hair around that neck. Their neck is thick. That neck is thick. It's wide. It's like the traps absorb that neck. It's all one. To me, it's just like one solid piece of machinery. And I guess that's a perfect analogy to me. It was a two-legged piece of machinery, is what I thought. Like a giant. I thought we killed. I thought it was a fucking giant. I honestly, the first thing I thought, and I was astounded. I've never seen anything like this. Like I said, I'm an 18-year-old kid. I don't know anything about Bigfoots or Sasquatch. I don't know what this thing is.
So if you took Batista and covered him with hair,
Batista would look like a midget compared to this.
but as far as shape and all that stuff, just a smaller version.
Yeah, I don't really.
Because he has some pretty massive traps.
Yeah, not like this thing did. Not like this.
So this thing had like it was carrying boulders on its shoulders or something, up on around its neck.
Yeah, everything goes to. It looked like it was all everything. The shoulders look like they're almost like he's got shoulder pads on, and then it gets to the traps and it goes up to like a almost a 45-degree angle, and it's all muscle. It's just all muscle and trap. It's trap. It's huge. It's actually huge.
Okay, it sounds like I'm beating a dead horse here with all these questions about the traps, but I'm really trying, without leading him, I'm trying to get him to describe, if you've all have ever seen that photograph of that really ugly looking Bigfoot that almost looks fake, and it's like it's traps, its shoulders, basically its neck, it comes way up to its ears and stuff. That's what I'm trying to find out from him, if the traps actually are traps attached low down on her neck. I think that a Bigfoot's traps attach almost at the base of their skull, and that's why they get that no neck look. And that's why I keep asking him these questions. I'm trying to fine tune what he saw and get a better idea of whether that's the truth or if it's more human proportions.
So their traps actually attach higher up on the back of their skull than ours do.
Yes. That's what, from what I saw, it looked like. It's a lot higher. Because the shoulders were so broad, Brick. It was, and then it's just like, it looks like, you were talking about boulders. The shoulders to me look like boulders. The bulbs of the shoulders. But there's that distance between the shoulders and the traps. There's a lot of distance between those, but when those traps start, it almost looks like it goes up. The traps go almost to halfway up the back of their neck, up to almost to the midway part of their head. It's really weird. It was really, to me, I thought that maybe that's a little too far, but I mean, it's close. It's like,
yeah, I get what you're saying. So the reason I asked about the pot belly is I studied comparative zoology at Harvard when I was in school. It was a special thing that they did for us. And one of the things about gorillas is that their rib cage is shaped different than ours, and that's what makes them look like they have a big pot belly. And I'm wondering, is that the same with a Bigfoot? Or does a Bigfoot have what looks more like a rib cage similar to a human, just much more massive, so that it doesn't... Go ahead.
I honestly don't... I don't recall seeing it as a potbelly, but I'm also still seeing, and if it did, I would think it would be more prevalent with it being on the ground, wouldn't it?
Well, see, think about a gorilla. The thing about gorillas is that their pectoral muscles are actually closer together than a human, but they're much more massive thickness-wise. but they're closer together because their rib cage at the top comes together, whereas ours doesn't. So we get that width, you know, the width of our chest, and they don't have a width to their chest. Did this Bigfoot have a wide chest?
I thought it. I'm sorry. Let me get back to about thinking. I'm concentrating on the belly. I don't remember that belly being abnormally sized or disproportionate to its body. I thought it. Yeah, I mean, and I could be wrong.
But as you recall, did it look like it was proportioned similar to just a massive human?
Yes.
Then that answers my question. That means it has a rib cage similar to a human, not an ape.
Yes. Yep.
Okay, that's cool. Go ahead, move on. I don't want to hold you up. We're up at 2 hours now, which I'm fine with. I don't know if you have to work tomorrow.
You know what? This has been eating me for 30-something years, man. Like I said, I've told this story, but not into the detail that I'm telling you. And I got to be honest with you. The only reason I'm telling you this is because I don't have much longer to live, and somebody's got to know.
Why? What's the matter? You got something?
I have congestive heart failure that I've already had a bypass, and they're not going to be able. I'm beyond repair, so they've only given me maybe a month to live.
Seriously? My dad's had a quintuple bypass and he has congestive heart failure. He's had it for like 20 years. I mean, have some hope there, dude.
No. I guess they call it the Widowmaker. I have a 96% blockage on the bypass I already had. So for some reason or another, they're saying that my vessels are shrinking. They're shrinking, like the blood vessels are my shit's shrinking. So
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope that it doesn't go that way. I hope that you make it, a good long time.
To be honest with you, Rick, I actually look forward to it, man. The way I feel now, the way I've felt for the last couple of years, man, I feel pretty much helpless. I was a guy that was pretty active. I was an outdoors, I was a fisherman and, a professional fisherman. And I had a pretty active life until the last couple 2 years. And you just get to the point, I've gotten to the point now that I don't feel like that I'm living, I'm just existing. So,
Yeah, I know what you mean, man. With this MS,
I can't walk 10 feet without being out of breath. You know what I mean? I'm on oxygen, and this is not the way. This is not the way to live.
I know how you feel, man. I got the MS, and it hit me really bad. I was a bodybuilder. I was in martial arts for a long time. And then I get this, and now I walk like a 90-year-old man. I can't barely make it to the mailbox and back, And I should be using a walker, but I don't. I'm refusing to do that because I want to try and get, recover from this a little bit. But that's the bodybuilder thing in me, figuring if I work the muscles, they'll improve. But I'm pretty bad off as well. I mean, I don't get out of breath and stuff. I know I'm not quite as bad off as you, but I understand what your perspective is.
Yeah, and maybe you'll understand this more than most. I mean, I did have the one person I told you, he was like a father figure to me, and I was very close to him, and he was also ex-military. He was 1st Battalion, 1st Marines. Walking Dead, Vietnam. He was a tunnel rat in Vietnam. So he and I was very close with him because he understands the PTSD, and this was this story that I'm telling you was very, very traumatic for me. Even my 2 tours in the Middle East ain't got nothing on what I experienced with this.
I imagine. Yeah. Go ahead, Matt.
This has haunted my nightmares. I've been almost to the point where I've had paranoia that I thought that I'm actually terrified of. I'm terrified of the woods. My mother, I grew up in this house, is surrounded by woods. I used to love going back in the back of the woods. I used to find fossils in the back creeks, and um, I just love being out in the wilderness, out in the woods. Loved it. After that,
No, Teresa, this has DVR capability. You're actually rewound in the show. Well, I don't know why I'm telling you, because you're not going to hear it for an hour. Hold on.
I won't go to my mother's house. I refuse to go there. And I know it's it sounds to the most people I feel like that I almost feel like I'm being hunted by these damn things. And I know and I know it's paranoia. It's in my head.
Oh, I know, I'm there too. I same thing. I mean, I've been doing this show for a long time and in the Bigfoot community for a long time, and I've only here in the last couple of years kind of got up the nerve to go out there and try to do some real investigations, which I haven't done yet.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it because I would have to hear just that one sound, that one time, that noise that came from that. I heard that from 200 yards away over gunfire. I to this day I still hear it. It wakes me up in the middle of the night in hot, cold, and sweats.
Yeah, we got one that comes out by my house here almost every night. I'll play the scream for you.
I'll be honest with you, I probably don't want to hear it.
All right, I won't then.
Yeah, I don't think that'd be a good idea. You were talking about that Money Maker guy. I thought that show was shit. I did watch it, Finding Bigfoot. I got intrigued with it. I wasn't really buying in the Money Maker. I think the only person I actually respected, the only person I truly believe that ever saw a Bigfoot on there is probably Bobo, and he's not the brightest thing on there, but
yeah, I agree with you, and I only watched it because I liked listening to the encounters.
Yeah, and I was trying to, I was looking at I like looking at what is just spot a fake almost, I like, yeah, it's bullshit. That one's bullshit. That's bullshit. It's, but then I'm comparing it to my two encounters, the two that I have seen.
Right.
I've seen them. I've smelt them. I mean, I'm almost, at that time, we had cell phones. In '88, we didn't have cell phone. Cell phone technology hadn't. I mean, it was out there, but it hadn't taken off. None of us had that shit.
Well, they were the size of suitcases back then.
Right. We just didn't have that technology. I regret us not having it.
Yeah, that was when I remember it. I was stationed at Fort Hood there in '89, '90, and they just started fielding the MSE equipment, which was similar to cell phones, but it was the mobile version,
So you're caught up now, Teresa?
The military.
We had we had sat phones. I didn't have. Well, I mean, we didn't. I didn't have. RHC had sat phones. We had that technology. We had the communications. We had telephone technology at that time in wherever we were.
Well, MSC was terrestrial. It was what they had in the Humvees, and they had like this little small brick with a phone attached to it you could carry around, that kind of thing. They had just started fielding that stuff. Instead of like the pricks.
Yeah, right.
So anyway, hey, I've got all night, dude. So you just take your time. Take your time and get it out. I got all night. I'm up all night all the time.
So we get a semi, a fight starts to break out with these between the squad leader of the North and the two civilians. And I thought it was going to come to, because it was pretty bad, and he's screaming at him like, what the fuck, and he goes, and then he calms down and he walks away, and the two civilian guys, I'll never forget this, the two guys were talking to each other, right? And they were talking about, well, they're not gonna believe this, we got a specimen, or what I mean, we got another one, what I mean, and I'm thinking to myself, what do you mean you got another one? Like they knew about these species. So you knew about this shit? I didn't say that to him, but I'm thinking it. Okay, so the squad leader from the east said, he goes, wait a minute. He goes, is this what the fuck you're out here tracking? The guy wouldn't answer him. He wouldn't answer him. This is what you're tracking? And with the straightest face possible, Rick, the guy looks at him and goes, this is not the one we're tracking.
I'm sorry, did you just say this is not the one they were tracking?
Yes, because we were not tracking this one.
So that one wasn't tagged? Or they were on another freak?
No. What he was telling us is that he had no clue that this is not what he was looking for.
Oh, that's nice.
His exact word, and I remember, and I hear it over and over. It plays in my head over and over again. And it's like when he said that, if I had a mirror on my face, it would probably turn white as a ghost. He said that was not the one that he was tracking. He wasn't. Basically, he was saying they didn't know. Like they knew that there's more out here, but they did. This is not the one they were looking for.
Oh, that's always nice. Oh, I forgot to ask you a question about that one. You know it was male? Did you see the penis, the junk?
Alex, you know what? No, I didn't.
But it didn't have tits?
No.
Okay, then.
No.
All right, then.
Yeah, that's ironic. You would think that you with everything going on, and I don't know why that section of that body is a blur to me. It really is, except like I said, the short hair above the ass on the lower back. I thought that was ironic to have short hair there, but
well, nobody is in the habit of looking up another being's ass or at their junk. I would, to do comparison to humans, because I'm investigating Bigfoot, but
well. Today, I actually, for the first time...
Now, right here, his mic starts cutting out because he moved his phone farther away from his mouth. So
what's the famous one?
It cuts out a lot.
The Gimli one, the black and white, or the color one.
The Patterson Gimlin film?
Yeah, thank you, Patterson Gimli, or whatever his name is. Okay, I actually looked at that, and I watched that over and over. You know what? If anybody says that footage there is fake, they're full of shit. Because the detail on that and compared to the one that I saw, it was damn near, it was almost identical, but except the fact that the first one was a lot bigger than he filmed.
Well, that one was a female.
But what I'm saying, there's a lot of similarities to I just don't
Well,
from what I've seen, from what I've experienced and what I saw in that 7mm tape or whatever it was not possible to And I don't know when they filmed it. When was it the 80s or something, or 70s or something?
67, and that one was a female,
No.
so it was a female, so it would have been smaller.
Yeah, but that's not small. That to me is not. You said 1967. I'm sorry. From what I've visually seen in my lifetime and what I saw on that tape had a lot of similarities, and there was no way in 1967 somebody in a monkey suit was doing that.
Oh, absolutely. I've done an episode where I break it down how there's no way it's fake.
Yeah, it's absolutely no way. There's no way that was fake. I find it a little ironic that there's no better footage since then, but with the technology that we have, well, yeah, well, yes and no on that. I phrase that. So anyway, I thought the guy from the East Squad, the East Squad leader, I thought he was going to fuck this guy up. I thought he was going to. It's almost something like from out of a movie, because he actually raised his weapon up to his face and said, "Would you say?" Like he didn't, and he knew what he said. He just wanted him to repeat it, and he wouldn't repeat it. So this is where he gets fucking crazy at. So we're at this body, right? And the civilian guy tells the North Squad leader to contact HC that we have a body on the ground, and he knows what to do. He goes, so what are we supposed to do? So here we're going to sit here and babysit this damn thing, and I'm ready to get the hell up out. I'm ready to get the hell out of there. You know what I mean? I'm out of here, man.
So the guy, who's he contacting back at HC? Is this your commanding officer or somebody else that's there?
Yeah, he was calling my commanding officer, lieutenant. He was a lieutenant.
So the lieutenant knew what to do about this?
Yeah, that's what he told the North Squad leader. So he contacts him, and and I could hear him respond, and it was very hey, he goes, he calls the LT, he goes, "You won't believe this shit." And you could hear him say, he goes, bullshit. He didn't believe him. He goes, no, we got this creature ape-like thing on the ground. It attacked my. And then that's all the LT said. It was all I heard. I heard him say bullshit. You know what I mean? Because he didn't believe it. So at this point, we're walking away from these two civilians. I freaking the fuck out at this point. You know what I mean? What the hell? So we're all together, and now again, I'm just observing and hearing, and the squad leader's talking. He was like, "What the fuck happened?" He goes, they were monitoring. They stopped at a stopping point. They were looking at the map, and all hell broke loose. This thing came after them. It came after them. Now they have no like I said, they had no night vision on him. They had no night vision on them whatsoever. One guy in his group had night vision. Like I said, he didn't have it clipped. He didn't have it hooked up, but he had this shit hooked up now. He was hooking it up. Me and Danny, and then me and Danny were, like I said, we were the two boot camps, the only ones that had clipped on. And then I said there was another guy in one of the other groups had it. He didn't have it clipped on. He put his on now too. So and the guys will have, Let me go back. So he was talking about they were checking the map to see where they are. He was trying to correlate this, and then all of a sudden he said all they heard was loud sticks breaking, and that this loud roar, and he said it was coming at him. And all he could see was the outline of this thing. He couldn't make it out automatically. And his first instinct was I'm going to he shot first, and then the other guys are blind. They're blindly shooting. They didn't know what the fuck they were shooting at. They were just lighting up the damn woods for they didn't know what the hell they were shooting at.
So you've gone back to the one that you just talked about that was killed, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't got to the second one yet. No, I'm I'm trying to figure where they were just talking about. He goes, man, this guy, he lit up a cigarette. He was sort of freaked him the fuck, and rightfully so. It freaked him the fuck out.
That was the civilian?
No, the squad leader.
Okay.
Like I said, he was the one that if I had to be he's the only one that had the killing shot into it, because he's the only one to actually see it, because they were in a line. So when you all right, when we stop and you're in a squad, okay, the squad leader's on point, okay. You got a guy that's got a map, or ordnance guy, okay. He's got the map. Now he'll call him over to him, all right. So that would be the only guy that would be next to him, all right. Now, there'll be a guy that's on his 6, on guard, watching his 6, and then there'll be a guy to the left and a guy to the right watching like a perimeter, okay. So for him to take up fire, when they first heard these breaking of trees. They said they heard trees breaking, and then a loud ass roar, and then he could see the outline. He said outline thing running towards him. So, in my mind, as a ballistic, the ballistic side of this, he'd be the only one. I mean, he would be the only one I thought would actually had the chance of putting a killing blow on it, because the other guys the guy to the behind him and the guy to the left and to the right of him would not be able to see. But they fired as well. So 4 out of the 5 guys were firing into the woods. The 5th guy had all the shit in his hands. He had he had the GPS and the map and all the ordnance shit in his hands. So you wouldn't have been able to access a weapon right away. The shot that killed this thing, there was only 3 bullets in this. Okay, there was one in the the ankle area, and the second one was in the it went through it looked like it went through the shoulder and then went to the chest, and then the third one looked like it went through on the right. The third entry wound was on its left or right, my left. So it would be the right rib cage. It went through the right. So it was only hit 3 times. And there was a hell of a lot of gunfire that was shot in that 3 minutes. Oh, there was a lot of ammo that was expensed.
So let me ask you this. Now, you guys are 200 yards away, and you're walking up while they're shooting all of this ordnance off. Were you?
No, I wasn't walking. I was. We were. It was double timing it to get to. Yeah, I wasn't walking. We were running to. I'm following another guy because he's got a pretty good. He knows where he's going, so I'm following him. But we were. I mean, we weren't sprinting, but we were moving pretty good.
But why weren't y'all worried about getting hit? Because you didn't know what direction they were firing in, right?
Yeah, that's a good question. And that's a good question.
I mean, were you just double timing it without thinking about it? Is that what you're doing?
Well, I mean that is a legit question, but the thing about it is if all right, let's lay out the scenario. Look at it this way, okay? If the when the squad leader started firing, he's firing in that direction. The direction that he's firing in, there's other guys are going to fire in that same direction too. They're not going to shoot behind them, and they're going to and they're not going to shoot to the left or the right. They're going to go off of his tracer fire and fire toward that in that direction, from a left to right scenario. They wouldn't fire behind them. We were coming up from behind them, so the chances of us getting hit by gunfire, yeah.
So basically, because they knew where you were, you just figured there's no way they're going to shoot in our direction.
To be honest with you, I never thought about it. It never crossed my mind. To be honest, and I'm thinking about it. My thing was I didn't want to be left behind. I didn't want to be stuck out in the middle of nowhere. I wanted to be wherever the people were. I wasn't too keen about getting lost in the in the middle of the forest in the dark. I was,
No, I mean,
I was following. I'm following the guy that's in front of me, man. This guy's a vet. I'm praying that he knows where the hell he's going. You know what I mean?
No, I get it. I get it. I'm just trying to figure out why. It's because y'all knew where your positions were. That's why you weren't worried about it. I was just wondering.
Well, yeah, of course he knew where we were. I mean, we're coming. He knew that we would be coming either from the side or we'd be more than likely coming from behind him more than anything.
Yeah, so they were watching their field of fire. I got you.
But on the same token, though, Rick, being in it's dark and they had no night vision, right? That was a serious risk because how do they know what north, south, or east, or west was?
Well, compass. No, I mean presumably that.
Yeah, but see, this is where it sort of fucks me up at because I wasn't there for when this initial shit went down. That's the bad part is I wasn't there for that. But again, okay, so he just said he saw an outline of, like, I guess there was just a light, his eyes adjusted enough in the dark that he could just see an outline. He didn't know exactly what he was shooting at. He just heard this loud noise, this roaring, and he said it sounded like it had like a I don't recall hearing that, but he said it sounded like a almost like a dog, like a wolf, like a sound as it was coming towards it, or like a roof, or some kind of like a deep huffing noise at him. I didn't hear that. I did hear it roar and scream, and I didn't hear the trees breaking, but I do remember the sound of that it made, and it was loud. I mean, that shit echoed through that valley. It echoed big time through that valley.
Okay, since you mentioned dog, I have to clarify, it did not look like a dog, right?
No. I'm going by what he said. He said it sounded like a.
I know, but there's this whole dog man debate out there. I have to make sure. No, it was a Sasquatch, not a dog man, because I don't believe in dog man.
I don't know what a dog man is, but okay.
They're supposedly giant werewolves the size of Bigfoots.
I don't have any. I don't know anything. I've not. Matter of fact, though, that's the first time I've ever heard of it. Is when you said it, so no.
Yeah, people are saying they're calling it. I think it's a Type 4 Bigfoot. And it's it's a bunch of bullshit. People are saying they're basically giant werewolves, and they're Bigfoot Type 4s, and they're more vicious and all of this. I think they're just misidentifying a Bigfoot is what they're doing. But anyway, I get it. Your squad leader is experienced, and he's keeping track of where his other men are. Okay.
Right. Well, I mean, there's 3 squad leaders. I mean, we're broke up in 3 teams, so there's 3 different leaders of each squad. You know what I mean? So, like I said, the one that's on point, he's the most senior of us all. So he's the he runs the show in the field. Yeah. So, but yeah, now that you mention it, now, I mean, being that they didn't have night vision, and and this thing's coming at him, you know what I mean? I don't know what I just don't know the scenario of it doesn't. Yeah, we could have gotten shot. I wasn't. I at the time, and I didn't even think about it until now. You mentioned it, and I'm playing it through my head, and looking back on it, maybe you're right. But yeah, this thing came after them. And we were awfully close to that cave. You know what I mean? So shit started. We're starting to. This stuff started to. We're not really thinking about it because you're heat in the moment. We think about it. We would discuss it amongst ourselves. It just goes to show that our government, the government knows about these things. They know exactly one of these. Well, I can't say that either, but they know about it. They've known about it and have known about it. One of the guys, years later, was talking about the fact that I maybe you could tell. Supposedly, these things have attacked and killed people in the forest. They're people missing people are linked to these things because I don't know. I like I said, I don't know, and I've heard I heard that that from I think I heard one of your videos talking about one that actually that's been known to attack or kidnap people, or
Well, I'd say the clothing and so forth found in the cave is pretty much evidence that the ones that you were after were doing that too.
See, now I regret that too, but that of hindsight, if I could go back, tell that John of then, go look at that cave, you know what I mean? Go in there and be an asshole, check that out. But I didn't, I was following orders, and I wasn't invited in that part of the clique. But I wish now that I could have been able to do that. But I can only go by what I heard over the conversation between the 2 guys on there, and he wasn't. He could tell that something was not right. It was like it was, but there were some things that got my mind away from him because he didn't say he found blood or bones or anything like that. There was no talk of even deer bones or any kind of animal skeletons or anything that was in there. He just thought ironic that in the middle of nowhere that there was coolers and odd shoes and something about and pants. The pants that had just the belt still in them. They had a belt in them, and he was talking, and they were torn. It was like it looked like they were really they were like big rips in them. But it was you only find, like he said, you did again, and weren't complete sets of shoes, but there was just one of the shoe, and I'm thinking to myself after listening to your video, your broadcast is being maybe. I mean, are they taking this shit as like a trophy, or is I mean, are Sasquatches stealing coolers and shit from campsites and stuff? Or do they carry that shit off? I thought that was a little ironic to hear him talk about coolers. There was a cooler in there, like the old school styrofoam coolers, and he said it was like small little coolers.
Well, yeah, they are known to raid campsites.
See, I don't know anything about that either. So,
So now
they're eating people. So they're eating people?
Oh yeah, there's even a story where a guy was drinking his coffee and a Bigfoot came through the backyard and picked up his 5-year-old daughter and ran off in the woods with her. Never seen again.
Yeah, see that. Yeah, see now you're making me I'm getting a backflash too, because he was asking me, was it he did say something about the fact that somebody said, well, they asked him, well, what kind of clothes, and he said it was majority female clothing. Even like a torn. There was a torn. He says a torn bra. Oh. What are those things that the women put in their hair? That look like what is it? They call them scrunchies or something, or rubber band things that they put in their hair to tie their hair up.
Yeah, like for a ponytail or whatever.
Yes, he did say something about seeing those in there too, and oh, wow. See, I'm learning stuff from you as well. All right, so I'm gonna say about 40 minutes goes by. All of a sudden, a helo is on our position, over top of us. It's got the spotlight, lighting the woods up pretty good. He puts the spotlight on there, and all of a sudden they lower down a. At first, they lower down like a cage. We call them cages. They're to put a body in. And they could pull the body up. They could pull the body up and fly off. And the northern squad leader is like he goes, what the fuck do you want us to do with that? He goes, this thing, it's not gonna fit in it. So the helicopter takes off. It takes off. I guess I don't know where the fuck it went to. It went off. It comes back. I don't. Another. It's another hour passes by, and we're still sitting on the damn thing. Nobody's. In that whole time, nobody's talking. We're so pissed off at these guys. We're not even talking. And then they did. Oh, okay. So the helicopter comes back, right? Helicopter comes back, and they drop down two bags of rope, of half-inch rope, and he's telling the guy, our squad leader, hook it up the best you can, and we'll go ahead and we'll airship it out of here. So, and I had no part of this either, staying there. But so they started tying rope around its legs, around the ankles, and this civilian guy starts running his fucking pie hole again, talking about you can't do specimen, and he kept calling it a specimen, fuck you and your specimen. But he kept talking about you can't do it that way. You got to do and they're over there for 15, 20 minutes arguing about how they're going to hook this thing up, and of course the helo's getting impatient because it doesn't like hovering in that spot for that one. They want to get in and get the hell out of there. So they rigged it up somehow or another where they had both feet together and made a loop on it, and then hooked it on, and then had helo lowered the basket back down, but without the basket, just the pelican clip and the wire harness. And you know what? Now you were talking about the weight. This is actually pretty funny because I remember when they hit that winch to pick that thing up off the ground, that the helicopter sort of did a slight lean, a little bit. He had to put a little gas on to the helo to get it to maintain its flight. Which I thought was ironic because I've seen them, I've seen those things lift. Well, that's a Chinook. This was actually, this is Huey. This wasn't a Chinook or anything. Chinook, I've seen them pick up tanks like it's nothing. But this Huey had a little bit of an issue picking this thing up, and it picked it up and it took it off, and where it went, I have no fucking clue. I have no clue on where the hell they went with this thing. Just absolutely no fucking clue. So I'm thinking, what now? I mean, I'm fuck out of wood. I'm ready to get out of there. I'm pretty spooked and thinking that there's things were fucking running around out here. I went out here. So he calls back to HC, and HC tells him, go ahead and we'll secure for the night. And at this point, it's almost 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning almost. We've been out there and sitting for almost 3 or 4 hours. It was a while. So we started headed, we start packing it up. We figure out where our bearings are. At this point, there's no reason for spread out. We're not searching for anything, and we're just going to head back to HC. But naturally, we're not right up on top of each other, but we're within 10, 15, 20 feet of each other, and we started headed back to HC. I guess we walked for about maybe a half an hour to 45 minutes, Rick, heading back to HC. It was just awfully eerie. I expected to be in the wilderness, hear coyotes, something, some kind of noise. It was just this uneery, just very eerie ass quiet. It seemed to me when I recollect back on it, and it's just the crunching of the leaves just like seemed like it echoed. You know what I mean? It was just so loud. It was almost like you were in a Twilight Zone type of feeling. So it's about 45 minutes, and it's quiet. It's just normal. To me, it's a normal routine. We're headed back to HC, and I have night vision on. So there's like 4 of us now at this point. I think 4 to 5 of us have night vision. So which is normal for us to do this. The people that got night vision. So Danny is 20 feet away from me. There's another guy in between me. So it's me. I'll go from the left and work to the right. So it's Danny, a guy, then me, then another guy, and then another guy, and we're walking pretty much. We're perpendicular of each other, and then the guys are following us. So we're walking. I said it's like 45 minutes, maybe max. The guy to my right puts his hand up, puts the fist up, and we all stop. And and he goes, "Shh." He goes, "You guys hear that?" I'm like, we're all looking at each other. I didn't. Don't hear a damn thing. I didn't hear a damn thing. Next thing I know, Rick, I hear a loud scream. Human scream, not this creature scream. I turn to my left, okay? And this creature grabbed Danny. It had Danny. It picked him up so fucking fast. It grabbed him by his shoulder, had him by his shoulder on his right side, and had his left arm. And it picked him up and smacked him across the tree. I didn't even shoot. I didn't even. I was so much in fucking shock that I could not believe what I was seeing through my night vision. It was like I was watching a television program, and then it's like time stood still for a second. It's just like it was like everything slow fucking motion, and then I could hear the gunfire.
Now, we've all heard, at least I think most of us have heard, I have, stories about Bigfoot killing like wild pigs by picking them up and slamming them against a tree to kill them. Which, that's exactly what it did to this guy. That must be like one of their things that they do, is just slam something against a tree to kill it. So I thought that just lended more credibility to his story as well.
Fire from behind me. The guys lit this thing up. I mean, they lit it up, and it took off fucking running. It even after I could see the splats of blood from the contact from the bullets. I could see that it was red glowing. You could see the glow of the fire. And the tracer fire was even brighter, and it sort of blinded me, semi blinded me, but where I had to readjust my eyes because the flash from the tracers was too bright. But I actually seen it hit the body of this creature.
And how big was this one?
This one's not as big as this one. This one's actually got tits. This one's not as big as it grabbed Danny like a rag doll, and and like I said, he smacked him against the tree, and I thought he was dead. But I remember, like I said, I'm just everything in slow fucking motion, and I remember, and I was looking at this fucking thing, and it was running towards the second guy that was next to me, which is like 10 feet away from me. And Danny was like 20, 25 yards max from me. So we were pretty tightly lined up. It was starting to come towards me, and I froze. I didn't even raise my fucking gun, Rick. I fucking froze. It's like time fucking. I remember the sound of the gunfire, and then my adrenaline was pumping so bad that I could hear the blood vessels pumping, like I could hear my heartbeat through my ears. That's how that's how fucking freaked I was. Yeah. So this take the thing, and I know they hit that thing at least 10 to 15 times. That fucking thing was hit, and it took off fucking running. Again, I couldn't fucking move. I couldn't move. Those guys, guy behind,
Were they in full auto?
huh?
Were they shooting full auto?
Oh yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. They lit this thing up. It looked like fucking fireworks. It looked like the fly in a traded area of maybe what 15, 20 yards. Yeah, oh yeah. Once the guy behind me, he saw that. I heard the oh shit come out of his mouth. It's like, oh shit. And then he laid into the damn thing. He shot at it first, and everybody else followed behind that. I can't honestly say that they honestly knew what the fuck they were shooting at, but they were hitting it. Somebody was hitting it. Yeah, it was getting hit. But so they went chasing. About 4 guys went chasing after the guy with the night vision glasses, the one guy that was behind me. I couldn't fucking move. I finally it took me a couple minutes. I got my fucking bearings together. My first instinct was to get to Danny. I went right to Danny. I didn't hear any more. There was no more gunfire after that. I do remember that, but I do remember I went to Danny and he wasn't dead. He wasn't dead. I was worried about him. So, I started basic CPR. He was coherent. He could talk. He's paralyzed. He's done. I remember looking at his legs and just thinking, holy shit, his legs were smashed up so fucking bad. I couldn't imagine if I never saw back look like, because I saw what this thing did to him against the tree, and it happened so fucking quick. When that thing smashed him against the tree, okay, now he's got a rucksack on, but it didn't protect his lower back. But his upper back, it probably if it wasn't for his rucksack, it probably would have killed him. But I watched when that thing picked him up, Rick, and with such force and ferocity, that I watched his back hit the tree and his legs wrap around the back of the tree. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's pretty intense.
Yeah, I've never seen anything like it. It looked like a tree. Like if you were to if a tree could run and hit you, that's what it would look like. It would go like a car. That's basically what it looked like to me.
Like a cloth doll rather than somebody with bones.
Okay, folks. I hate to cut it off here, but I'm getting ready to fall asleep sitting here in the chair. I will continue this tomorrow night. We'll do another one, another long term. You get to hear the description of the female and what happened after this and everything about Danny and all of that stuff tomorrow night. And is everybody awake? How many people are in here now? Let's see. We got 12 people still hanging in there. Crypto, you still here? You saw me wave at you, right? When you texted. Anyway, so I guess that's it. I'm going to call it for the night. And it's kind of a good breaking point because he's got a lot more description about the female and everything that's still to come. And what happened to his friend. And also how the government put restraints on them and controlled them and things that happen, you know, Men in Black kind of stuff after that, and that kind of thing. That's coming up. Let's see. Let me see how much of this is left. Yeah, there's still like almost 2 hours left to talk of him talking about this stuff. So yeah, I know, Amy. That other people have mentioned that, and you know, if you've listened to him throughout, he misuses words a lot. Like, I think he said basic CPR. I think he meant basic first aid is what he was talking about. I think CPR is just what come out of his mouth. Because obviously, if the guy's still talking, CPR doesn't make sense, right? You know, I think he meant basic first aid. He's, I don't know if it's a result, you would know better than me, with diminished, I guess you would have diminished blood flow and stuff because of this, if it makes you stupid or not. But then again, maybe some of these guys just aren't the sharpest tools in the shed, you know? And they're, do things like that, you know, misuse words. I mean, do you understand what I'm saying? I'm not making an excuse for him. That's just what I genuinely assume, is that he meant basic first aid is what he was trying to say, but he just said basic CPR. Does that make sense to you? Or do you think that's horseshit? Waiting. There's a little delay, so. No, nothing. Not going to answer. All right. Anyway, we'll start off again tomorrow. Listen to the last, basically just shy of 2 hours, I guess, is what's left. And let's see who's. Let me go over here again. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, until next time, y'all take it easy.
Make sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon if you want to be notified of any future shows. Feel free to leave comments down below, and please smash that thumbs up. It helps the show out.